Unreasonable Man. Stream starting soon.
What's up, everybody? I don't think anybody's actually here yet, except for maybe my man Glare. What's up, buddy? How you doing? How you doing? Well, we're gonna have a little debate stuff tonight. Apologize, I have not been on the past few nights. My son brought home like I don't know, like some sort of crud, and it's terrible, just terrible. So I had runny nose, cough, sore throat. Nothing really bad, but just annoying. And I didn't want to sit here and cough all the way through a stream, so I took a couple of nights off. Feel much better. I do still have an occasional cough, but hey, you know, it is what it is. We're going to, gonna have a good time. What we're gonna do. So tonight's subject is, just to make sure I have it right, I'm gonna go look again. All right, just so I know, because it was it kind of caught me out a little bit. Abolish public schools. I mean, you know what side I'm on just naturally, so this is gonna be good. This is gonna be some good arguing. It is our boy Tyler ADE against our other boy Fabian Liberty. It's gonna be a night. It's gonna be a night to remember. It just is. So we'll buckle in. We're gonna start up here in about 20 minutes. I'm sure it's gonna be through Discord, which that'll suck. The audio quality is not gonna be very good, and blah 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 blah. But hey, man, is what it is. We will make it. We'll make it work out. So, we'll get it happening. Let's see. And so a lot of stuff to talk about while we're waiting. We've had we had a shooting in a mall in Minnesota today. We had a bunch of cartel activity. Apparently they're burning dudes, blowing up cars, all kinds of good stuff. What's up, Johnny Dollar? What's up, my man? Good to see you. Good to see you. So a lot of stuff going on out there in the world today. Unfortunately, tomorrow I am unlikely to be on again. I've got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow afternoon, so it's going to not that I'll still be ill or anything. It's just I got stuff I got to take care of, and unfortunately there are only so many hours in a day. I may be on tomorrow night. We'll see. I'm also I should release the latest not the latest episode, but an episode of Gun Prattle dealing with how to fly with guns. It's just like a 28 or 30 minute, not a short, but a shorter video than normal. I'm going to talk about how to fly with guns. I've got another one coming out, another kind of helpful video coming out. Probably midweek, that'll deal with some of the gear issues that we have in competitive shooting, and trying to see if I have time to get a guest on this week on Wednesday. We'll see what happens Wednesday night. I have been there's also a chance that we could. I think somebody wants me to do something on Wednesday. I just had where is it? I just had a guy invite me to have I don't know if it's a discussion or a debate, but it's something on Wednesday night. Give me 1 sec. I'll find it again. So there it is right there. Yeah, so basically, we're going to stream on Wednesday and talk politics. And we'll So that'll be pretty rad. We may do a gun prattle episode. We'll see as well. Got a lot of stuff here, right? Got a lot of stuff going on. Flying with guns is great. Guaranteed to not get lost luggage. Yeah, it's pretty much true. Yeah. Although I have now, and I cover this in the episode, right, where I talk about how, I know people have had their firearms stolen out of their luggage, but it's almost always handguns. And what it is they put them in their cute little pistol case. They put them in their checked bag, and, there's a TSA inspection, and their gun gets taken because, you can just kind of throw that in a backpack or something. And as a matter of fact, I think it's been 10 years, 12 years ago now, they busted a huge firearms theft ring operating out of the Atlanta and Chicago airports that were, really is a really big deal. So they caught just tons and tons of people who were stealing firearms out of people's luggage, and usually handguns in handgun cases. So, do what I don't know how everyone feels about that, but there's a very specific way to fly with firearms. I'll release the episode probably tomorrow. I've got just some editing to do. I mean, it's pretty much done, but I'll probably release that tomorrow. So look for that. It's a pre-record, so there's no chat or anything. Yeah. I don't really talk about that. Every airport's a little different. A lot of it has to do with the airline that you fly. Pardon me. A lot of it has to do with the airline you fly. And I honestly recommend that if you're going to fly with guns, you fly with Southwest. Southwest seems to have the best trained staffing. Okay. They're not necessarily as far as checking your guns, right? So I have had with Delta, American, and a bunch of other airlines, I've had problems. Mr. Boulay posted a link. Why did, but he's a mod here. Wait, are we on the right channel? We're on the right channel, right? Why did this do this? Well, this is weird. Mr. Boulay. It seems like that you didn't log in as your normal self, Mr. Boulay. And so that account was not modded. So let me now we got it. Here we go. I'll just go ahead and mod that account. Give me 1 second. Hey, what's up, Kissy Cat? Good to see you. Good to see you. So we'll just add his other account as a moderator. Done deal there. So you're all set. Yeah, Southwest is just great to fly with guns. I've never had any problem. It's just really, really easy. It's just really super convenient, and I just always had your pistol in a gun lock case. Yeah, Pelican. So that if it's a big enough case, it's not something that somebody could just throw in a backpack or something and kick under the door or whatever, What's up, Jared Speaks? Good to see you. But so I generally fly with a gigantic case, and there's no way for that to go missing really. But when I fly with just a pistol case, just a standard little box, I have a deal. I have a bag where I've, it's got the steel frame for the roller, for the handle for the roller bag. And I took a soldering iron, well, more or less a soldering iron, and I melted through the liner, and I put a steel, I think it's an 1/8 inch. It could be a little bit bigger than 1/8 inch, like 3/32 or something, steel cable, stainless steel cable through it. And then I, crimped it, and it's got loops on it. So, and then I put that through the handle of the case. And so to get the firearms case out requires me and a key, or, some pretty heavy equipment. So, somebody's not just going to reach in there and then throw it in their backpack or whatever. So that's it. Traveling to another country with a firearm is also quite annoying. So that's going to be good. So guys, tonight the debate is on. Well, and there seems to be some discussion in the back chat, in the back channel, about there's something about the FDA, and the others is the other one, and it looks like what we're going to go with is abolish public schools. I'm excited for this. You guys know how I feel about this. I am a judge tonight, so that's going to be good. Now, I'm not sure if Gibbs Debate Championship Series judging, I'm not sure how that works, but in the Debate Grand Prix, the way it worked is that about halfway through the debate, after like 15 minutes or a half hour, 45 minutes, whatever it was, of debates, the judges could ask questions. And so I'm excited. I'm excited for this. It's going to be a good time, and we're going to have a great time. But again, look for in the next by Wednesday, I'm going to drop a standalone episode of Gun Prattle about how to fly with guns or fly to matches with guns, and it's actually pretty good. That's also going to be on audio only. So if you want to get it on Spotify or iTunes or whatever, you're going to be able to just go do that. Or you can listen to it audio only on YouTube. Wednesday night, it looks like I'm going to be doing a discussion, not a debate, but a discussion on what did he want to talk about again? I just had it. I keep forgetting this. Sorry. It's he wants to talk about politics, just politics. So, and there's a lot to talk about politics, so that'll be good. Thursday, I'm probably going to do a day shift to make up for the loss of Monday's day shift. We'll see what happens there. And Thursday night, there may be a debate going on. I'm not sure yet. Still murky. It's a little murky. And of course, Friday, Saturday night, we'll be doing the normal thing. So lots of good stuff going on. A lot of fun. Bring all your buddies. Tell them what's up. Tell them to come on out, hang out. We're going to have some good conversations. We're going to have some good debating. And we're going to have some good, I'm going to, be pumping out content here, guys. So again, sorry that I wasn't around all weekend. My kid came home Wednesday with some kind of crud. I started getting a little bit of a sore throat by Thursday night. As I had the postnasal drip, sore throat, coughing. And I was honestly thinking I'd just tough it out and do Friday night's show anyway. But about an hour before the show, I just had to admit that more than likely I was just going to cough all the way through the show, and that is annoying. I've done that before. It sucks and kind of throws off the whole vibe of the show. So didn't want to do that. And then Saturday, same deal. Still wasn't really 100%. So, but. And I'm probably going to cough a little bit tonight anyway. I've already, but hopefully it'll be a very limited amount of coughing. So let's get this going. See if we can't figure out what's going on with old Gibbsy. We should be about ready to go here. Looks like we're about 20 minutes from go time. I did start early because I wanted to come in and just bullshit with you guys. I'm looking into a new clips guy. Not that Emmett doesn't do a fine job, and he just seems like he's got busy with his stuff. And I've got to get, I got to have the clips going. I've got to, I got to do something more than just show up and talk for a few minutes. There's work that needs to be involved here. So that's what's up. And it looks like, guys, that we'll be doing the debate show on my show next week. On Saturday night, we'll be doing the debate, the Signal Syndicate again. It will be awesome. It's going to be super rad. You guys won't want to miss it, because if you do, you'll be like, man, I missed it. It sucked. And I'll be like, yeah, you missed it. You suck. But yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. Going to be awesome. As far as the debate show, the Signal Syndicate will return. Again, it's obviously we're trying to get donos during that show, but regardless of how many donos we get or do not get, the winner walks away with a cool hundo. Yeah, cool hundo. We pay out. That's what's up. Yeah, nobody go to Mexico right now. Like, everybody was trying to tell me that Mexico's like this. Mexico's totally different. It's not really like that. It's not really a bunch of drug dealers and people getting blown up and shit. And damned if it ain't people getting blown up and shit. I'm just saying. That's what's happening. People are getting blown up and shit. And in Minnesota, even without ICE being involved, those guys are still being idiots. Apparently somebody got in an argument in a mall and decided to shoot each other. Seems legit, but there's no ICE involved. So who are they going to blame it on now? I know. Blame it on the guns. Yeah. And ICE. ICE wasn't anywhere around. They're going to blame it on the Iceman. Fucking kids. Anyway, who even goes to malls anymore? I barely go to malls. My wife will go to malls, but she's only going to like the luxury malls, She likes that cool stuff. So, and of course I go. So, but I'm armed. So what's up? But yeah, don't go to Mexico. Not what they told you it is, folks. They're not a bunch of peaceful, fun-loving people down there. Nope. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah. Don't do that. You got a lot of hate and discontent down there. You don't want to get caught in that. You don't. You just don't want to get caught in that. Not at all. So, but everybody keeps telling me how peaceful these, these peace-loving, wonderful Mexicans that come into our country would never never dream of causing problems. They just they're burning cars in Puerto Vallarta, which, by the way, you live in a city by the sea that is absolutely beautiful. The tourist trade there makes a lot of people a lot of money. How bad can your life be that you're burning cars and shit? Make America great again, pull a Venezuela. I've always said that we should annex Mexico. Like, the best thing that could happen to Mexico is it become South, like South United States. My nose is running and I do not, hell yeah, I do. right, all right. Shout out to the USA men's hockey team bringing home the gold. First time in 46 years. I believe that is correct. I believe that is right. I believe that we don't do so good with the hockeys, mate. We don't do that good. No. That's for them Canadians, you see. Puerto Vallarta is owned by the cartels, and they always made sure tourists were safe so they could wash money. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. You know, when it you know, why would you disrupt that apple cart? You know what I'm saying? I would not disrupt that apple cart. That seems like a bad idea. It seems like a bad plan. What do I know? I'm over here waiting, guys. I'm just, I'm trying to, I'm just waiting for these guys to bounce in. Some other stuff that's going to be coming up on the Gun Prattle, Gun Prattle TV, gunprattle.com, Gun Prattle, all of that. I've got some new products that'll be launching within the next few weeks. You're going to like them. They're going to be really cool stuff. I've got a ton of content coming down the pipe. Now, my match season starts in about a week, 2 weeks, I think. Let me check that calendar. Check the calendar. So, you know how it's going to go, right? So, in theory, we're going to next Saturday, I'm going to shoot a 3-gun in ORSA, Oak Ridge Sportsmen's Association in Knoxville, Tennessee, or Oak Ridge, Tennessee, which is outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. In theory, I'm going to go shoot that match. I have not registered for it. It never sells out anyway. And what I'm trying to do there is that'll just be a tune-up match. If I don't make that one because it looks like the weather may suck, I know that you guys in the north right now hate life because it sucks. It's so cold up there. But if it's still like 19 degrees and shit here in Tennessee, which is like too damn cold for me. I missed a lot of good streaming this weekend. Whatever had debates. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I did see that, Johnny Doll. That's true. That all was happening for sure. I got to see some of it, but I missed out on a lot. So again, the way it looks like it's going to go is next Saturday might have a match in Oak Ridge. I'll do video. It'll be great. We'll upload that stuff. And then the following weekend, I don't have anything. Wait, no, I have the following weekend on the 7th. I have what is it? I have something. It's on my schedule here. Where is it? Sorry about that. I have another PCSL 2-gun at the Glock store. I don't know if I'm going to shoot that. We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I think I'm waitlisted for this. Oh, no, I'm not. I might shoot the following weekend. I might shoot a USPSA match at the Glock store. We'll see. I should go ahead and squad. Let's see. Do I know any of these fuckers? I do not. I do not know any of these people, but these guys look fun. So we'll squad with those guys. All right. So as I was saying, so next weekend and the weekend after, I have a couple of local matches, may or may not make it to them, but then on that second Sunday, the 15th, Dead Zero 3-gun. If the weather's anywhere close to good, I'm going. It's a great match, and I need to go do that match before I leave for Arizona. And Arizona, I literally fly out. So I shoot the match on Sunday, and I fly out on the 19th. So that's going to be good. I think I'm going to maybe meet up and hang out with Marte while I'm out there. We'll see. He lives really close to there, so we'll see if that happens. I don't know, maybe. But yeah, I fly out Thursday. I'm there until Monday morning. I get back Monday. We'll try and do the Monday afternoon show if I get any sleep. Lots of video opportunities, lots of gun prattle going on. You guys will enjoy it. You'll love it. It's gonna be awesome. And then of course, a couple of weeks later, I do Texas. So got a lot of stuff on the plate, a lot of stuff going on. I've also got, I got stuff with my rental properties. I've got stuff with my Airbnb. I've got a lot of work going on. So it's never a dull moment for me. In the meantime, I'm looking at having James Gill. Now, James Gill is the fellow that I occasionally shoot with that has one eye and one leg, who has won the tactical games. He's just a complete badass. And hopefully he'll be on the show in the next week. You gonna get Kurt Russell for a remake? That's pretty awesome. I am kind of interested in, honestly, Johnny, I want to go back to this. Johnny Dollar, I'm kind of interested in what I missed with all of the drama with the Thorpes and everything. But, for me, while I tend to not have an actual problem with the Thorpes, it's just all they are is drama. They keep so I don't trust them. I don't think they're good people to work with. I don't think they're good people to have on your stream. Probably works for Flo because that's kind of his niche. It's not my niche, and so for me, I just don't want to interact with them pretty much at all. So, I don't know that I'm going to be able to get. I'm considering going to the Word Wars debate next round. We'll see how that works. The Thorpes things was what are you? Can somebody give me like a 3-sentence breakdown of what happened? What was going on there? Because it's always nuts with those guys. It just is. Just always dramas, man. Just always drama. And there's just no point in dealing with them. There's there's just no point. Right? Like they don't add anything. They don't bring the problem is that the Thorpes might bring interacting with people like the Thorpes. I shouldn't say the Thorpes. Interacting with people like the Thorpes might bring a few super chats. It might bring a little tiny bit of money. But overall, it cheapens my channel, and I don't want that. So, fuck that. I've actually got to do a lot of thinking about the branding of the channel and things like that. Hey, what's up, Ahimsa? She said something 2 months ago that flew by Dusty where she dragged him, and now he's just realizing it and calling her out, and then I fell asleep. Yeah, that seems legit. That seems like something that would, slow news day. So, got to have some shit happen. Oh, bottom of YouTube. I think I'm bottom of YouTube. Am I bottom of YouTube? Is that a fair assessment of me? I mean, I'm not. I seem to be throttled, and I seem to not be getting the numbers that I was getting this time last year. So maybe I'm bottom of YouTube. And Johnny Dollars, that does seem quite cringe. I'm not going to repeat that. You guys can all read it in the chat. But yeah, that seems like super cringe. Super, super cringe. Yeah. So, anyway, so I got a lot of stuff going on. I'm trying to get really trying to get my, my shit together so that I have, good strength. I feel like I lost a step. What is up? The Wrath of Reason. Is that Anson? That sounds like an Anson. Sounds like an Anson handle. The Wrath of Reason. Good evening, sir. How are you? Let's, I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. I could be, actually, now that I realize, I think I've actually commented on that before, but he is not Anson Knowles. I don't know. I don't think Anson likes me anymore. I don't think Anson likes me. So, yeah, all is relatively well, Wrath of Reason. I'm still got a little bit of a cold, whatever thing going on. So we'll see about that as it goes. Him's glad to have you out in the chat tonight. This is going to be a really good, episode. Paige debated Glenn Lawrence. Okay. You think she won? What was the subject of the debate? Hey, what's up, Bandit? How are you? Good to see you. Guys, we ought be ready to go here any minute now. I'm already in the VC waiting for everybody else. Glenn Lawrence. What was the subject? What was the debate about? Very curious. I've been trying to get a hold of Glenn for the last few days. So, whoa, fuck that up. All right. The Department of Numismatics sends $10 as the head concierge of the Continental. I remind everyone that we do not drama farm. In your stay at the Continental is not free. Griff the grid and wash with tactical soap today. That's true. She debated in favor of Christian marriage and he was opposed. That's a hard argument for him to make since he's a Christian. So that's touche. Very good. And I think that she probably, I think that's a hard argument for him to make. I mean, he can make the argument. I just think it's a hard argument for him to actually believe in, because he is a Christian. The problem is I don't think he believes in marriage anymore. So we'll see. We'll figure it out. He and I have gone back and forth on it quite a bit. He was arguing for polygyny. Yeah. He's on a polygyny kick. And to me, hey man, if that's your thing, fine, but I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to get involved with it. It's not worth the discussion. Yeah. What time does the debate start? It's 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Everybody actually ought be in the room, but they are not. Yeah, let me go see what's up, because I'm the only one clocked in. Maybe 7:30. Maybe 7:30. I might be really early. Let me check this out. I got to go all the way to the top. What's up, Jake, by the way? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Jake and I had an excellent debate the other night. It was absolutely awesome. It wasn't really a debate. It was just a really good conversation. It does start at 7:30. They're on black people time. Yeah, I don't know who does things on the half hour, right? Like, I think that's rude. Things start on the hour, right? 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, whatever, on the hour, not 7:30, 7:15, 7:45, quarter past, half past, 15 till, whatever. Did I see the Mar-a-Lago shooter stuff? The recent stuff? I think you sent me something. I haven't had time to look at it. I've not done anything, guys, for the last couple of days except basically try and not have my nose run the whole time. Just saying. You seem to add was entertaining and awesome. This is why I love coming to your show. Obviously. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I was getting really tired there at the end, though, man. I got to be honest with you. I was like, I'm surprised I wasn't slurring my speech, bro. Oh, I got something for you guys. Hey, hang on. This was funny. I had to. Where is that at? Every time I see this, I think of Tyler. Let's see. We'll share a screen here with you fine folks. This is funny. You guys will like this. This is funny. This is funny as fuck.
Never ever back down when you're accused of being a racist.
My Chigga. You know, Chiggas, we're going to help save the West.
Ooh, basic logic says that not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists seem to be Muslims. There are 50 Muslim countries around the world. Why the fuck did you move to the West if you want to live under Sharia law?
Never ever back down.
That's pretty fucking funny. Got to be honest with you. That's pretty fucking funny. A 21-year-old tried to break in and so was shot and killed. Ooh, yikes. BIY says a 7-year-old in McDonald's said he was ugly. What's up, man? No. This is a secret, but I'm from the future. I'm you. That's funny. That guy's my new best friend. That's funny. What? Oh, man. What's up, Gibbsy? Yeah, man. I don't know. Did you invite No Clout Nobodies? Who said that? Wait, hold on. Back up. Give me one second. Who said that? Oh, yes. You went to get laid.
And then posted on Twitter publicly calling her out for mean girl shit. Fuming. You want to know how many times I had thought about this cunt until that day that she came in here? Just wager. Do you want to wager? I'll just tell you. Don't worry. 0 times. I thought about it 0 times,
Okay.
and then it occurred to me. As I was driving over to this bitch's house, and it said, "Oh, Gibbs, you know why she wanted to debate about casual sex and why she was so upset about what she did is because she's not getting laid with casual sex. If she had been getting laid and got her brains railed out after getting fucking told off, she would have never thought about getting told off again. But instead, since she hasn't got laid in a while, she's sitting here fuming about what I called her out on the other night. I thought that was funny, and I thought we should come share with the class. So today, the goal is, Grid, we're gonna have no uppity cunts that are poor and are basically just not even like the Dollar Tree value page. They're more like when you go to the flea market and they have like mama or papa making like a straw version of something. That's the version of I don't know, Pearl that this bitch is. So we're not gonna have that today, okay? Just to let y'all know in advance.
All right.
All right. Good. All right, cool. I wanted to share that with you.
I gotta be honest with you. I'd kind of forgotten about it. I'm surprised your nuts are still itching over it. But I mean, you know,
They weren't. I just saw you in here, and I thought, oh, before I start my show today, I'm gonna go tell Grid this little nugget of knowledge I came up with.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, which is, you know, if she'd had that sand cleaned out by some dick, she wouldn't have been thinking about me for the last week. But you know. I thought that was funny, but you just reminded me now. This is the first time I thought of it, except for that day.
How's your week been?
Pretty good. We went and saw Tyler and Kentucky and then yesterday. And
yeah. You drove all the way up north.
Yeah, it was fun.
Now is Tyler in Austin?
No, he's in Dallas.
Oh, in Dallas. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it was good.
All right. For some reason, I thought he was even further. I thought he was up in Austin. I was going to say, well, I fly into Austin in a week or so. So
nice. I mean, I'm like 2 hours from Austin.
Yeah.
Just come on down to there.
That's basically next door in Texas.
It's actually less than that. I like got through Austin today and I got to like San Antonio in like an hour 15. But it was also the weekend. If it was like during the week, it would have been like so when I like left to go to fucking Dallas, it took me 3 hours to get to Temple when it's usually like a 2 hour drive. It was like 3.5 hours because like the construction on the weekends are bad. But yeah, 2 hours is like next door in Texas.
Okay. All right. I got you. I got you.
But all right, I'll let you keep doing what you're doing while you're warming up. I'm gonna go do another thing before we start this.
All right, I'm gonna.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm gonna. We'll just do this. There we go. You be back. All right, he'll be back. My volume's a little lower. Should not be. My volume's like turned up. Although I did reset some stuff. This is not really working for me, so I got to figure this shit out. There we go. Now I got it. All right. It's all good, bro. It's fine. It's fine. He, he's not that salty about it. He's just being funny. But yeah, it's very interesting stuff. So I hope everybody's doing like really well, right? Like everybody's, look, like 5 or 6 weeks in to the new year. Nothing wrong with that. It's good. It's good. Yeah, I'm always louder in debate mode or just, bullshitting. Now, Gibbs is loud. Gibbs is very loud. So again, guys, just to go over the schedule, if you haven't already heard it for the 50th time, here we go. This is what's going to happen this coming week. What you're going to need to do is tomorrow in the afternoon, I don't think there's going to be a show. I've got to go and take care of some things. I'm basically running all over the state tomorrow. So I'm really not sure that I'll be here for my own show at noon. Apologies. We'll make it up. Tomorrow night, I may or may not be on a debate show. We'll see. For the most part, hey man, how you doing?
Is this the place to be? Am I in the right place?
Yeah, you're in the right place. I'm just talking to my chat right now. You know, just being all cool and stuff because that's how I get it done. But you know,
well, that's good, buddy. That's good.
Yeah.
I haven't gone live yet. I'll probably go live in a few minutes just to let them know what I'm doing.
Yeah, got a lot of stuff going on out there in the world. Bandit, I use Talk Studio and StreamYard pretty much interchangeably. I don't I only use StreamYard right now because they charged me for the year and they won't refund me, and it was like $800. So I'm going to get my damn money's worth. But I normally use Talk Studio. I find it to be a much easier program to integrate everything into than StreamYard. Some people disagree with that. I think, you know, it's tomato, who cares? But anyway, Ryan, how's the world been? I haven't talked to you in a while. I was going to get you on the show, but I've been so busy with every other things, you know, that hadn't really done much.
Oh, it's been good, buddy. It's been good. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I know we had planned on doing something, and then life gets complicated. You know,
Yeah, what I mean? Absolutely. I get busy, man.
Dude, for real. And then, you know, like I guess I've made a cottage industry of beating up Pisco in judge debates now. So that's kind of my calling card these days. I get. Yeah, we did the word war debate down in Atlantic City. So, you know, one of these days he's going to win one. We'll see.
I heard a rumor that I was going to be invited for the next Word Wars, but then I heard that they changed it. Now you put in like a application or something, and I haven't done that yet. So,
I don't know what the deal is.
It seems very. I hate to use the word unstable, but it's like they're just constantly refining and revisioning, and it's like I'm just not into it enough to keep up. So I'll just call Rob. I'll be like, Rob, how do I get on the show?
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's the right approach. Like, I think what you said is a fair assessment. I think they're tinkering and they're coming up with formats that work and, you know, trying to make it engaging. And, you know, for those of us who aren't backstage, you know, it's like, all right, they want me to moderate something, they'll give me a call. You know, like I'm here. I had a lot of fun down there. I'd be happy to help them out. So, you know, hopefully it's a cool thing. I feel like if it's a good platform, that's good for all of us.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I've been doing my gun podcast a lot lately, and so that's eating up a lot of my time as well. So trying to get that.
Oh, when you do that, you live stream that, or is that just a
I do live stream some of it through Kick. You can't really do it on YouTube because you can't touch guns on YouTube. But on Kick, I go live. I can touch the firearms, and mostly what I do is with that is I do a lot of competitive shooting, and so we talk a lot about competitive shooting, and I interview people in that world, and factory people and representatives, sponsored shooters, that kind of thing. I interview them. I just had a couple of weeks ago. I had this lady, Kita Bussey, who trains people in movement, because obviously if you're running with guns, the running part is pretty important. And so she helps people understand how to move quickly. I can't believe they're still debating about the topic like 5 minutes before the debate starts. It's freaking hilarious.
Yo, it's so funny. It's so funny. Catch my chat up. Grid was talking about the very cool firearms podcast he does, and yeah, backstage, Tyler and Scott are they're debating what the prompt should be. Apparently, this has been 2.5 months in the work, and they don't know yet. You guys can't hear Grid? Oh, let me fix that.
But yeah, it's a. So I do a lot of different things with the gun prattle, and I'm about to release a short episode of about 30 minutes where I talk about how you fly to matches with guns. And because like I'm about to fly to Arizona in a few weeks to shoot, and it's a lot of equipment to take with you, and if you forget something, you can be just completely screwed. And
well, yeah, you can't if you're in a state, you're not. I mean, I don't know what the rules are, but like, do you have to be licensed in a state where you're competing?
No.
Okay, so yeah, but you got if you
interesting. It's interesting that you say that, because most states, not all of them, but most states that have really strict gun laws, they understand that people still want to hunt and compete in their state. And so they'll have a competition or event clause. So like California, which is a stupidly restrictive state, they actually have a competition clause that says if you're going you can bring if it's legal in your state of residence, you can bring whatever you have. There are some limits, but whatever you have as far as normal firearms. So I can bring my normal AR, my normal pistol with their normal mags, my normal shotgun with its extended tube, all of that. I can bring my normal stuff as long as I'm there for the event and the competition, and I basically go there, I do the thing, and then I leave. Right. And so it's a very interesting dynamic, and a lot of people don't know that. And you basically when I was traveling into California a lot for shooting matches and whatnot, I had a printout of the code that I would just hand to the officers if I got pulled over, because I knew it was going to get ugly because the law enforcement very rarely actually know the law. Like, I find it hilarious how stupid that law enforcement are when it comes to knowing the actual law.
Well, especially something like that, where it's like
it's an exception.
Not niche, but it's like an exception. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, even so, I had a thing a couple of years ago. Somebody complained about me parking my boat on the street. Because I went to the lake every day, and so I didn't want to back it in my driveway and unhook it every time. I would just leave it attached to my truck in front of my house, so I could just walk out and go to the lake. And I had actually somebody called in, and the codes guy came out. Now, I knew for a fact that the trailer was perfectly legal. The trailered boat was perfectly legal to be on the curb in front of my house, parked on the street. There is a law that for like utility trailers, implement trailers, basically lawn care, that kind of thing. They don't want that kind of stuff parked on the street, right? Because that's commercial. It's commercial.
Yeah.
And there is a clause for that. It can't be there but a certain period of time. Well, I actually talked to the codes guy. He calls me. He's trying to be really hey, yeah, you just need to move it or we're going to tow it. And I'm like, I double dog dare you to tow it. I will sue the city so fast. I would actually love for you to tow it, because that would be against the law. You and I both know the law. And he's, oh, no, I know. And I'm like, okay, well, give me the code. Just give me the code right now, and I'll look it up. Well, you look it up. And I'm like, no.
You're the one rolling the dice on my car, right?
And we had and so he's like, well, look, I'm just calling the cops. You're just unreasonable. I'm gonna call the cops. I'm like, all right, it's fine. So the cops came by, and they said basically the same thing. Hey, the code's called us. You got to move your trailer. And I'm like, why? Well, it's against they say it's against code. I'm like, okay, show me the code. Well, pull it up on your phone. I'm like, no, you pull it up. I'm not doing that. You pull it up.
You're the ones who are telling me that I'm doing something
you're the one telling me I'm breaking the law. I'm not breaking the law. I know I'm not breaking the law. And so
it's not on me. Yeah.
It's not on me. I know what I'm doing is legal. You're the one that's making a claim that you're going to tow my vehicle. And of course they didn't. And I park out there all the time, park my trailers out there, do everything. Nobody bothers me. I've now gotten to the point where I will, when I'm working on my airplanes, I will literally bring the airplanes home with me on the trailer and park them in front of my house just to piss everybody off. I don't have an HOA. So fuck those guys.
It's funny too, because it's like I think a lot of the time local government gets that way, because when you're doing construction permits, it's the other way around, really, because like not because the law is different. Like it's still up to them to prove it. But if you start doing a project and then it turns out you're wrong, it costs you so much money that like as a matter of practicality, you're the one who has to know what the code is if you're the one doing the construction. But when it's something like parking, it's totally different because you know you could unhitch the boat. It would take you 5 minutes. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I could have put it in my driveway.
Exactly. So you have the flexibility to say, show me, right? And like you can put them to the task a little bit.
Yeah. It was, and again, I've gotten to the point now where I've parked my airplane out on the street for a couple of days. I'm on the trailer, like it's not a completely assembled airplane. It's, it's got the wings off and stuff. But I'm working on the airplane. Who cares? I can do that. And it's actually kind of a huge thing. Right now, I have my golf cart. I have a giant trailer that I move airplane parts and stuff on. I have this. It's like 22 or 24 feet long. It's a big trailer, flatbed trailer, and I have right now I have a golf cart on it. Now I could have used a really tiny trailer because I have one, but no, it's just this fun thing that I do because they were going to tow my vehicle.
Now you're like,
I'm just going to flex every single opportunity I get.
You hear this crazy story out of New York City. It was like it was really funny where basically there's this guy, he had a small business in Queens, right? So he owned, I mean it's not that small. He owned like a block, right? That's his property where he is. I think it's got like I don't know if it's a factory, but anyway, he's got a commercial business there. And there's a dumpster nearby that had medical waste in the dumpsters. That's pretty gross stuff. And it kept getting vandalized and then blowing out. And then there's like medical waste all over the sidewalk out front of his place. And he's like, that's not on me. That's the city's medical dumpster that keeps breaking. I'm not cleaning up medical waste every 3 days. Like,
right.
This is, you got to treat, it's like this whole thing. City's got to come out here and fix the dumpster because it's vandalized and the waste keeps falling out. So the city takes the opposite view. They say, we looked at the deed and it turns out you own most blocks. We own the sidewalk. And
for some reason, we lost Ryan when he clicked in. Now I don't have audio for. Do we have audio for anybody now?
Grid, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. I can't hear Tyler. When Tyler clicked in, he messed everybody up. Dang it, boy.
Tyler's just fucking it all up.
He is. While we're waiting on that, Ghost, this is not a Crusader shield, or Knights Templar cross. I mean, yes, it is a Knights Templar cross, but basically it says, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. Ephesians 6:16 through 17.
Howdy, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hey. So, hey, Tyler, you agreed on a prompt yet?
Hey, do we have a prompt? I'm just curious.
So, FDA, homeschooling, what are we doing here?
We can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
I could hear.
Better?
You can hear Tyler?
Uh-huh.
Not now. I could before.
He keeps doing something. He's messing with us.
I can hear Tyler fine. Oh, now I can't. I don't know what's happened over there.
Nobody can hear Tyler.
Oh, great. My camera is going to be stupid today. I'll be back.
We can hear Abs.
Yeah, my camera is being stupid. I'll be back.
Okay.
How's that?
Hey, brother.
Hey.
My brother from another mother. What's up, my man?
Salami, right. Yes, I like him.
Hey, Tyler.
Speaking of which,
that little video I sent you, my chigger?
What did you send me? I haven't seen it.
Speaking of
It's a Facebook. I sent it to you.
Alaikum, guess who I'll be with on Tuesday?
I can't. What was that, Abs? I'm sorry.
I said, speaking of Assalamu alaikum, guess who I'll be with on Tuesday?
Muhammad Alaikum.
Mohammed bin Salman.
Osama bin Laden.
Think opposite side. Tommy Robinson.
Oh, okay.
I'll be showing him around North Dallas.
I'm going to have that really cool guy, Enrique Tario, back on.
I'm in North Dallas. Tell
Sorry,
Tommy
you don't know who
Robinson
that
to
is?
stop by my work.
I met him. He was at Word War. I met him there.
Yeah.
Just watch your six if you have Enrique on a lot of times. You're good. Like,
dang it, boy.
I'm getting moved.
Lost Ryan.
All right, can we hear everybody now?
Why does he keep leaving? Right.
Can we hear everybody?
Cut it out.
I can hear you, Tyler.
Hey.
I can hear. I'm just trying to.
Abs is really low.
there it is. Okay.
Can't believe it.
Look at that.
We go. She's alive.
Discord's so temperamental, man. Anytime anybody joins a room, it reshuffles everything.
I know. It's
Yeah,
like
and then
we
if you
ought to
don't-
be using a
you don't-
real streaming software.
Yeah, like window capping Discord in this real streaming software.
Like Talk Studio or StreamYard even. If you just
that's
absolutely have to.
That's that boomer shit. Talk Studio.
Hey, man, boomer shit's my middle name. That's what I
Right.
specialize in.
Talk Studio works. I understand if
I
it's so
love
confusing
boomer
for you,
shit.
but it's okay. Don't worry about it.
You know Black Elk, Rob Noor's editor?
Yes.
Like when I was first starting to stream, his best advice to me is I was explaining my problems, and he was like, "Yeah, there's OBS people and there's StreamYard people. You're StreamYard people. Like, just don't try to pretend you're OBS people. You're not going to figure it out. It's all good."
I started with OBS. I was like, this is too much. Then I went to like Slobs, and I was like, okay. And then now I'm like deep in the OBS game because like Slobs is really easy. And then it's like, oh, now that I know how to do this here, I can do it in OBS, which is just like the better version.
I
And
started
then
with Streamlabs.
then there's the Talk Studio people.
Talk Studio is just OBS.
Oh, is the Zoom function still working?
Oh yeah, it works.
So gay.
Yeah,
I love it.
You just need to get on that Zoom game.
No, I do not. A lot of
Yeah,
things
I'm
I
mad
need.
at you too, Tyler. You mad at you too.
A lot of things
Y'all
I
never
need.
go
That's not on the
partying
list.
in Dallas ever again, and don't
None
invite
of them
me.
was the party,
I'm out.
for the record. I was the only one that partied. They all were like, "My pussy hurts." That was the exact quote from Tyler, by the way.
I demand an invite next time.
Yeah, we'll get you one. I didn't realize you were in Dallas, but I should have realized that. I feel like I knew
Yeah.
Blame
do that.
Gibbs for it, not me. Especially when I need your vote tonight.
Well, I blame Pentuple for a lot of things. We go party and we're at this place, and I got these people coming in, and he's like, "I'm gonna sleep in the car." I'm like, "What are you, gay? It's free drinks, bro. I'm paying for it. Like, what are you worried about?" But no, he didn't clean the
Gibbs
sand.
knows I can party down.
That's true. You can't party. You're muted, Fabian.
I'm not as good as
Yeah,
I
I know. I
once
was trying to figure out
but
if it
I'm
was
as good once.
if their Discord was quiet for everyone. It seems like it's quiet on my end. I'll fix it.
All right.
All right.
We ready to kick this pig or what? Do you guys agree on a prompt? Are we sure we know what we're talking about today?
Yeah,
We just freeballing it, whatever prompt you guys feel like talking about.
yeah, I would like to know what the prompt is. It's in public schools. Is that what we decided on?
Jewish space lasers.
That's what I wrote my intro statement on. That's what the title was. Like, I don't.
That's what we're doing. All right, sounds good to me, boy.
That's good.
Do they really control the weather?
I actually
No
have
Jewish space lasers.
She's deciding Trump education policy on this debate right now. So y'all gotta be ready to convince Lyndon McMahon here.
All
right, let's get this off.
I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back.
And then we will wait for him to get back. And I guess I'll just load a bowl then.
I'll just get my 8-page my pen and paper ready so I can take my 8 pages of notes for my boy Fabian's opening.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Let me get the timer ready. That's what we're gonna do.
All right, got pencil, got paper. Now all we need is a Fabian Liberty. And maybe some organization.
I'm ready.
He's peeing and he's sitting down, so it's going to take a second.
I got a pierced dick, man. I got to pee sitting down.
I use my Donald Trump felt tip.
Yeah.
Whoa,
what is it? You got the Jacob's ladder or what?
Oversharing,
What,
sir.
I
mean, I got a $100 bill tattooed on my dick. That way they can overthrow my money.
Again.
Man, I was young once, and I had a crazy goth girlfriend. All right.
You actually look like you had a crazy goth girlfriend. I could actually 100% believe. Now, if Tyler said that, I'd be like, nah, bro, not you. But you look like you had a crazy goth girlfriend.
Man, that's a price tag, though.
I don't know. Yeah,
what I'm saying? He's like, someone's like, yeah, man, I was dating this chick with Mike Tyson, and now I got this face tattoo. You know, like Jesus.
I knew a guy that had James Ladder.
Look. I mean, I didn't bring up that I pee sitting down, but I'm an open and honest man, and I needed everybody to know that it's not because I'm gay. It's just because I don't want to get piss everywhere.
I did read that comment where you
got a little dribble with the stream.
You're considerate.
I did read the comment where you were
right.
Really
You know what I mean?
Tyler rounded out to an even 5 minutes. My only question is she taking a moment of silence in between because to make the 5 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, she got to take a break, A
moment of that way you get the full 5 minutes, right? So it's like 2-minute moment of silence. 2. There we go.
I hate y'all so much. I keep from the bottom of my heart.
We are
trying to run a serious organization here, Brian.
We are bringing serious
and we're reduced to
your
dick jokes.
And we're reduced to dick jokes. All right. I guess we're done talking about dicks because we're about to talk about kids and schools. And I guess we're talking about dicks in schools. Who knows? What a segue. That's what we're talking about here. Welcome to this playoffs of the Debate Championship Series. We have a wonderful assortment of individuals here today. 2 debaters. I might dare say call them master debaters. And some wonderful judges. So we'll just go through and give everybody introductions to who they are real quick, and then we'll get into the topics at hand. All right, let's go with you, Tyler. Tell us who you are, what you do, why you're here.
My name's Fabian Liberty. I'm a libertarian from the internet. I don't stream on Twitch anymore because I don't like it. Come check me out, YouTube, Fabian Liberty. Learn all the base ANCAP takes.
This is why nobody knows what your channel is. I just hope you know that. I hope you know that's why. All right, cool. Next, we have Abers. Tell us who you are, what you do, why you're here.
My name is Abers. You can find me on Twitter X at Abers09. That's pretty much the only place you'll find me. So follow me on Twitter.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And Mr. Mullally. I'm sorry, but
Hi, I'm Ryan C. Mullally. I stream Natural Law with Ryan Mullally on YouTube and on X. Sometimes I beat up people in debates, but today I'm judging. I'm an attorney and I've litigated at every level of the U.S. court system, including the U.S. Supreme Court. So I'm going to bring an air of seriousness to this debate, which appears to be mostly about dick jokes so far.
I hope you bring an air of seriousness. We need it. Mr. Grid.
Yeah, I'm Grid One Motorsports. I stream on a podcast called An Unreasonable Man, as well as another one called Gun Prattle, where we talk about guns of all kinds, mostly competitive shooting, that sort of thing. I do not bring an air of seriousness to this. I don't want to. I think this is a good time for everyone. It's a party. We're here to party down. We've got two of the best debaters that I'm aware of. And then, of course, we have Tyler. And so we're not going to be serious tonight, and it's going to be a great time for everyone. I do believe that my lawyer friend over here is going to hold me in contempt before long, and I will be fine with that. Also, check out Admiral Gibbs, who apparently is not streaming on YouTube live right now, but is on Twitch live right now. So go check him out over there on Twitch if you hate your parents and are have certain.
Yeah, and follow me on YouTube. Then I'll be live once I'm monetized. Go watch my VOD, bitches. Anyway, we'll go to Fabian Liberty. The actual Fabian Liberty.
Yeah, I'm Fabian Liberty. You can find me on X or YouTube, or you can just Google Fabian Liberty. You'll find me. And yes, you are right. I do not stream on Twitch anymore because I don't like the platform. Mostly, I just don't want to get banned on Twitch because I say a lot of spicy things that would get me in trouble on Twitch. But that is what it is. So if I'm an anarcho-capitalist, baby, neophyte, objectivist philosopher, and sometimes I do debates. A lot of times I do reactions and fun stuff like that. And I'm here to have a good time. But my idea of a good time is very serious, right? So we will be serious.
I appreciate that because I spent a lot of fucking money on the prizes for this shit here at the finals. So somebody's going to get a really nice prize. And then Skiz Tech in the Grand Prix coming up after the finals are completed. Spent a lot of money and we got us a big ass trophy that's going to be for the Grand Prix only. So let's get started without further ado. We are going to be talking about public schools and should we even have them? I guess we'll get into it. Who is the first? He already introduced himself.
Oh, he did? I missed it.
Yeah, he pretended he was Great Value Fabian Liberty. So, no, he doesn't get a real introduction now. In fact, I don't know if he even gets a normal introduction. He's going to start all the way out of this. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to get on the introductions here. Y'all know the rules. You get 7 introductions. We're going to go to an open period after that for a few minutes. Then we're going to do about 10 minutes to 15 minutes of judges' questions. Another open period. Same thing again with the judges, 10, 15 after that. And then they'll have one more open period. And then we'll do closings, 3 minutes. That's the standard here. Now, who's the affirmative? I think, Tyler, you're the affirmative. Is that correct? Okay, cool. You go ahead and start whenever you're ready. You got 7 minutes.
Good morning, good evening, everybody. So anyone who even resonates with the argument of an absolute abolition of public schools takes us to a grounds that really it takes for granted what public schools give to us, but it's an ideological framework. Even in the current system, if you don't like public schools, you can choose otherwise. We have different options for you to go to. We have different alternatives. You can even school your kids at home if you want to. All we have is an objective standard from this. What critique reaches high enough to essentially say that we should absolutely abolish this? We can't even have it as a public option. It is purely ideological. There's not any argument in reason that backs this. So we're going to kind of get into a couple here. The system that we have for public schools allows for local voters to pick who they want to run and regulate those schools. It's up to us how we want those schools run. It's done locally. When we change the system, when we go all to private schools, completely abolish it, we lose that right. We lose that ability to control what the schools teach. All we have then is the competition of the free market, which in many ways can be absolutely limited. We lose universality as well. That's going to be probably one of my bigger arguments tonight that I'll get into as well. So the areas where we currently use government to provide housing, electricity, high-speed internet, rural areas, most of rural America, without these programs would be third world countries. And schools are the exact same. If we switch to a for-profit model of schools, you would see a massive lack of education in a large majority of the land mass of the country. It might even cause more urban flight to go to those libertarian megacities that are inevitable. So the only reason you would want to oppose a system that democratically oversees the universal standard is an ideological one where you aren't really a fan of democracy. You're not a fan of the people having their will and their say. You want to impose a system on them that they would reject if given a choice. And I'd say it's really just not a juice that's not worth the squeeze. If you actually even get into this, I'll grant that maybe at some point, if you got into this only private school model, you would get schools that innovate better than what we have. You would have a small percentage of schools that would keep that technique, keep those teachers under lock and key, pay them great, charge high wages, and only bring in the elite. So you would take all these resources of education and funnel them to the top, to the highest bidder. And the lowest bidders wouldn't even have access to school to begin with. The middle class would be left over with the scraps, the mediocres. Where now you have a system where you could flourish in any school. If you want to get paid and you're good at your job, you can go work for public schools and still make money. This separates out the talent and allows more of an even education across the field. So the more negatives is once you lose that standard, you're losing that standard in terms of education as well. Imagine you have doctors or lawyers that are trained some certain way. Imagine you have a company that funds a college because all education is private, and the only thing you get out of that college is an education to do that job. You only learn a small part of banking law for your law degree. You get out and you can only do this one job that this company that funded the college set you up to do. And you're locked in with no education, no freedom to move anywhere. You just learn enough skills to work this one job. Even at its best, you see this model start to completely diminish the education of our country, which further diminishes people's ability to do jobs. When you have, going into more of the second point, the economic, when you have an ever-changing technological economy, you need people to have these high skills. The more, the better. When you have the next person that could revolutionize something technologically or invent the next cure, working on a farm, dying of cholera at 24 because they never learned how to read and they just worked at their daddy's farm because they had no access to anything, that completely limits the pool, making our likelihood of innovation significantly lower. It's just not worth the squeeze. And even when corruption is brought up, a lot of times we're going to hear corruption as the counter argument. In this system, we have checks and balances to that corruption. Any system where human beings are involved, there's going to be corruption. But in this system, we even out the standard, we have something to police that corruption as well. Having these systems in place takes care of almost all the mitigating bad sides that can come from that, but will come under a system where this is gone. Again, you will not have the universal parts anymore. They will just completely disappear. There's certain truisms that'll carry over and maybe in educational degrees, but imagine two doctors at two competing colleges in the same city learning different techniques, learning different terminology.
All right, so
and then after their 10-year education is over, they train them this way, they have to go work in a hospital together. Because you've lost that government standard, that certification that allows them to enter that field. You now have people that don't even know what their co-employee is saying in a critical, high-stress situation. If we lose that universality, it's a big
so they would be the same in private or charter schools.
Potential innovators, people that cure diseases and things like that. Again, working on a farm, dying of cholera at 25 instead of being somebody out there in the field.
Already worked. As a matter of fact, every time a charter school has tried
life, liberty, and happiness, where they don't have the mechanisms at their disposal. This is an American principle to expand the equality of opportunity to everybody and allow them all to live that American dream we strive for. And it's put there for the betterment of the children. So think of the kids. Education already works at the private sector. We don't need private sector completely funding these jobs. We already have them come in. We teach certain amounts of skills, but the standard that we have also allows them to get a well-rounded education. So at the end of the day, when they leave school, they're not just locked into that one job that decided to throw some money at that school. These standards are put there for a reason. We don't want certain things taught in school. There's certain subgroups that we don't want in charge of schools. So we want certain things like different regulations protecting protected classes, going after people for racial discrimination, things of that nature. We do not want that seeping into school, isolating people more from their education that we need to drive our nation and our economy and our technological sectors forward. It's imperative to have universal education for that reason, and universal education can only come when you have the government providing and compelling it.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just reset my timer. And Fabian, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Public schooling in America is a racist, classist, eugenic system designed to strangle wealth and opportunity from the middle class, lower the birth rates for the competitive class against the wealthy elite, incentivize the unproductive class into slavery and servitude, indoctrinate the lower classes into statist socialism, and create a market imbalance to disempower men in an orchestrated gender war. It is one of the most evil inventions of the modern era and should be abolished for a happier, healthier, freer society. First, let's dispense with the obvious. I am an ANCAP. I don't like roads. I know taxation is theft. I'm an overall unserious person, and because my ideas are difficult to grapple with, you ought to attack me with, we live in a society. Yes, taxation is a form of theft and a violation of human rights. The entire argument of public education is a moot point because it requires justifying the unjustifiable. I've already won this debate from the onset. That is, my opponent claims that A equals not A, or that man ought be free from coercion, and simultaneously man ought be coerced. The statist has no right to debate because they have no grasp on reason, or reject it to further their own coercive evil goals. Unfortunately, reason and logic alone will not be enough to convince either my opponent or the audience. So instead, we must look at the disastrous consequences of the public education system. There's a fairy tale that is told and backed with cherry-picked data supporting the argument for public education. The story goes that in the before times, parents forced their children to labor. Children had limited opportunity for education, and because of this, permanent lower class was maintained, while the aristocracy enjoyed the fruits of a more productive labor from higher education. Then, socialist programs came along enforcing mandatory education onto children, and a middle class was born by these compulsory education laws. Later, high schooling was mandated. Government programs aided in children going to college, and all the data shows that children who graduate high school or college make more money in the labor market than their counterparts. Lastly, any failures of the education system are blamed on racial disparities in funding or lack of funding in general. It's settled then. Public education is a great boon, and the only thing we need to do is fix it, is to spend more money. The problem is that is all a fantastical storytelling. The truth is that the Industrial Revolution, the invention of the factory system, the abolishment of slavery, and the diversification of labor and investment capital are the major reasons for the creation of the middle class, not compulsory education. What the research actually shows is that in America, many states had differing compulsory education and child labor laws at the exact same time. When you compare these states, you find little to no statistical difference in high school attendance rates in states with or without compulsory education laws. The fact is that overwhelmingly, parents do not wish for their children to work in the fields doing manual labor. And if and only if they have the financial means to send their children to school, they can and will. They can and will. Compulsory education laws and child labor laws follow after a society is financially capable of this feat. They are purely symbolic. This is seen throughout the entire world. Child labor stops and education begins when a country reaches roughly $15,000 GDP per capita, regardless of child labor laws or compulsory education. So now that we've dispensed with the fact that arguing for public education is a violation of human rights and that the history we were all taught in schools is largely a myth, let us discuss where we are today. In fiscal year 2024, America spent roughly $981 billion on education. That's $100 billion more than the entire U.S. military budget in the same year, and just shy of $1 trillion. But in a country of 350 million people, big numbers hardly tell the story of government waste. So let's say you're a family of 3 children and 2 parents living in New York State, not the city, New York State. The state spends roughly $37,000 per child on public education in New York, or somewhere the state is stealing $112,000 to send your 3 children to shitty public schools. Meanwhile, sending your own children to private schools in New York costs roughly $22,000 per student. If they shut down the public schools that are outperformed by private schools and sent you the money instead, you could send all of your children to private school and still have $45,000 a year in your bank account. In what fucking world is sending your kids to dodge bullets while being conditioned to believe in woke ideology and neoliberal factory worker indoctrination, all to get an increasingly worse education worth losing $45,000 a year? Or better yet, why would a man or a woman choose to work a shitty corporate job and never see their children when they could stay at home and raise their kids all while pulling a salary of $112,000 a year? But Scott, these numbers are disingenuous. Parents aren't paying directly to send their children to school. Schools are predominantly paid through property taxes, lottery systems, and federal government grants. This is precisely what makes public education so evil. Parents are not given the choice between receiving direct funds or public education. Instead, they are offered free schooling or forced to pay property taxes with a single income family household. This trillion-dollar Ponzi scheme is designed to destroy the middle class. Public education is a corporate welfare scheme that allows corporations to lower wages and forces women into the labor market by taxing families and subsidizing corporate wages. The result of this distributive system is simple. The poor, unproductive class continually breed and receive welfare, including public education. The rich landowners continuously profit from rising housing costs and happily eat the increased property taxes that price out the middle class. Meanwhile, the middle class is unable to afford children because of the increased costs. And if they can't afford children, they limit them while working 9-to-5 jobs whose wages have remained stagnant since the 1970s. The true cost of public education is not simply the taxes we pay to live in an orderly society. The true cost is $981 billion system where 21% of Americans are functionally illiterate. The true cost is a system designed to strangle wealth from the hardworking families, making having children capable of competing with the wealthy elite increasingly expensive, while subsidizing low IQ, low-wage workers or immigrants that will continuously vote for social welfare programs that benefit the wealthy elite and parasites. The true costs are corporate subsidies that force women into the labor market, and when combined with child welfare programs and community property divorce laws, destroy young men's hopes of building wealth and starting a family in the first place. Sorry, I lost my spot for just a second. Public education is leading to an increasingly illiterate generation of lower IQ people while starving the middle class and young men of all prospects, all while destroying the birth rates. The real danger of these horrific policies are not the pacified middle class millennials. The real danger of these trillion-dollar policies are the rightfully angry young white male Gen Z who sees in America against them a dating market that ignores them and the impossibility of ever owning a home. History should show us that when enough young men are beaten down, they will burn down their home to rule atop the ashes.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Fight.
So the education system is going to cause the young white person, the male, to hurt, decline birth rates, and collapse America.
It is causing that.
It
is causing that right now. $981 billion isn't chump change when we're $37 trillion in debt. It is causing that.
Yeah,
we are already seeing the consequences of that system right before you.
You're conflating two different things. The debt you're talking about is federal. The costs you're talking about are an addition of 50 states' accumulated spending. Most of it's done at the state level. So those are just two different funds that you're tapping into there for that point. But I kind of want to start
$981 billion is the combined money that we pay as a country that is stolen from us. Wealth that is taken from companies, taken from hardworking families, taken from the middle class, and then redistributed for an education system where 21% of the children that come out of it are functionally illiterate.
It's taken from the upper class. It's taken from the businesses. So you alluded that it was theft. It was taken from them.
No, it's predominantly. Hold on,
that's a lie. Hold on, let me get my
Don't
statement.
lie.
I'm not lying. Let me get my statement out. So you alluded that these people could just get that money directly and be able to pay for their education, but then also said that this money is theft being taken from hardworking people, middle-class Americans. They wouldn't get that money. That money would go back into the pockets of the people that have already been through the
It's already introduced in my opening statement. Did you listen to my opening statement?
Yes, I did. I wrote down.
Okay, well then, so you know that argument is already in.
So maybe
that argument is already taken care of.
Maybe you could easily address the point. But what you're saying is those people.
Yeah, I did in the intro statement. Did you listen to the intro statement?
That money is taken from people that have already succeeded.
Do you want me to reread it?
And it goes. You
didn't hear it. You want me to reread the statement?
No, I'm correcting it.
No, you're making my arguments for me. Yeah. I've already made those arguments. I said, and I quote, but Scott, these numbers are disingenuous. Parents aren't paying directly to send their children to school. Schools are paid for predominantly through property taxes, lottery systems, and federal government grants. You are literally making my own argument from my intro statement. Did you listen to my intro statement?
Yes, I am, because I listened to the 2 sentences before that where you said, if we just give all that money that goes to these people, we'll be able to give them $40,000 and be able to pay for their education. That is untrue.
Oh, I
That's
understand.
what I'm challenging.
Yeah. Well, again, it's not untrue insofar as the greater context of the opening statement
You're
that you
talking
appear to ignore.
it's not
But no, I specifically stated that as a system of comparing, right? It's very difficult to show how much government waste is involved, right, through the economic calculation problem, right? I could go through the philosophy here and the economics and show that government always wastes money compared to the private market. What I did instead is I created a thought experiment within my opening statement that was essentially, imagine if all of the money spent on the student was simply given in the form of a check. And what you would see is that you would have $45,000 in your bank account while giving your children an education that's almost just a little over half the price. That's better.
All what you're advocating for. I'm challenging that you were just throwing that out there as a virtue signal for somebody to pick up on and say, oh, he wants that money to go directly to the people. What you're saying is
not a virtue signal.
Taxation.
Where is a virtue signal?
Those people that can't afford that education are just not going to school. That's it. They don't get that money back. That money doesn't go to them. They just cannot afford to go to a private school. You're saying that you can.
There's no virtue signal.
Okay. Regardless,
this is a lie. I say in the beginning. I say in the second paragraph, I describe my ideology as an ANCAP, and then I say it again at the end. At the very beginning and at the very end.
You're just
what point have I dodged? What point have I dodged?
I just gave you it.
Say it clearly. What did I run away from? So I will answer any and all questions as long as you don't lie about what I'm saying.
And $45,000 could go as a check into their pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I said that's not the case. The case is that money goes back into the pocket of the person that has
that's addressed in my intro statement.
Yes, I understand that. What I'm saying
how
is
have I dodged something that's in my intro statement?
Yes, let me get my whole fucking sentence out. You've interrupted 3 times.
Make a cogent point, and I'll stop interrupting you.
I can't make a point if you won't let me get more than 4 words out.
You're filibustering.
Let him
finish.
I can address all of it.
You can, but you aren't. You're just filibustering and interrupting. Because as soon as I get a coherent point out,
that's cool.
Dispense with all of the things that are already in my intro statement and make your fucking point then.
If you let me talk, you can lose the argument. That's why you're not letting me talk.
All right, we're going to need everybody here. All right, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go ahead and you're going to talk. You got 20 seconds to go in uninterrupted. So get your point out fast. All right. And then hold on. Let me unmute you before you start going. All right, and then he can go. All right.
In his introduction, he flat out said that money could be better spent. It would just go back to those people. That's not what would happen. That money would go back to the property owners, the people that actually put the money into it, that it was being redistributed from. So what we'd actually have under his system is what I said in my introduction, a large percent of the population that could not afford to go to school at all. They would not be able to afford this private sector schooling. And he's also advocating to stop taxing them, saying that is theft. So there's no mechanism in place to get these people into school. You just have a ton of people uneducated under his system.
Okay.
So
all right. Wait, hold on. You respond, but after you respond, you got 30 seconds to respond. Then we're gonna go to the judges' questions. All right, go ahead and respond.
Yeah. So what you are doing is you're. I don't understand why you're attacking what was already addressed, but I'll get to the second part where you're not attacking which is already addressed, which is that money would go back to the property owners. Okay, so what you're saying is $981 billion would go back into the U.S. economy. What you're saying is that the rising costs of houses that are in part created by property taxes that are funding these schools and wasting massive amounts of money on these schools would go back into the economy. What you're saying is that corporate wages would no longer be subsidized by the fact that people are getting a quote unquote free education, but now they actually have to choose between should I keep my kids at home or should I go get a job? And therefore corporations that have more money and property houses and homes are cheap developer would have to pay higher wages in order to get, let's say, stay-at-home moms to leave their kids and go to school, right? So the idea that people would not be able to afford this is ahistorical and is also just not true. They absolutely would, because they wouldn't have $1 trillion stolen from the economy, making wages low and making home prices high.
That's the point you keep making, is the wages are coming out of the rich people that had succeeded, not the poor people that can't afford to send their kids to private schools. You're saying we gotta stop pulling money from these people because these people won't be able to afford school, but it doesn't affect them at all.
Rent.
All right.
What do you think property taxes do to your rent?
Let's go to the judges for the next few minutes here, and they're going to ask you all some individual questions. Let them answer the question from the judge. And then if the judge has a question for you, you can answer that question when they ask you. Let's not interrupt them unless it's like an open-ended one and you want to both respond. All right, let's start with, let's go with Grid. You look like you're ready and excited.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've got some
Grid's muted.
I muted myself. I apologize. So a couple of things. First, I'm not intending to fact check you. I just happened to look up because I wanted to understand where the Department of Education gets its money. Where it gets its money is not from property taxes. It gets it from federal taxes, which include income and corporate taxes. Property taxes are at the state level. Mm-hmm. The Department of Education is not state level. So you're wrong factually. Tyler, I apologize for that. Now,
that's
obviously the schools, local schools get public, or
it's like 8% of the funding.
Public schools in local areas, towns, get money from property taxes, but not as much as you think. It's divvied up, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of places like Tennessee and Texas are looking at getting rid of using property taxes to pay for schooling, because we're already the Department of Education is already wasting enough of that money. The Department of Education, if you were to take the $950 billion and divide it by the number of students in the U.S., it'd be $22,000 per student, which would actually cover private school in most places. So I think you guys are both kind of off base on this. But that's okay. That's okay. I have a question for Fabian, and that is one of the things you talk about is the racist and elitist aspect of it. You guys haven't gotten into that. You've gotten kind of stuck and tied up into the money thing of it. Can you please walk us through that a little more?
Yeah, this is going to be an incredibly unpopular opinion that makes me sound like a groiper, but it's the truth, which is welfare programs in general are a form of white genocide. They simply are. And that just is what it is. When you have a predominantly white middle class in America, and you have systems that are designed to increase the breeding and increase the wealth distribution of the lower class that is predominantly of a different race, that it is without a doubt part of that premise. And you see it from so many socialists. You see it, like, for example, Zoran Mamdani's recent appointee to help with HUD, specifically talking about how how the system of rent and the system of land ownership is a system of white supremacy, and that yes, this might affect some black folks, but as we transition property over towards a communal system of property, it will predominantly affect white people, and that is good, right? The people, like, there is this idea that this is like some conspiracy theory, but the fact of the matter is that when you steal money from the productive middle class and you steal money from corporations, but not actually the rich people that own these corporations, and you funnel money towards rich people that are engaged in nonprofit organizations and, rubbing shoulders with politicians, and you funnel money to a parasite class at the bottom, that this is a racist system that is propped up by ideologues that want to level out economic disparities. And what they want to do is they want to bleed out the middle class, which is the more educated, the more productive class, and make their life more difficult, make it more difficult for them to breed, make it more difficult for them to have businesses, so that we can have a permanent subclass, a permanent underclass.
Okay. All right. Tyler, question for you.
Yeah.
Tyler, question for you. So you're in your statement, you were talking about how the middle class would be eliminated by because they would have to pay for school. But it seems like all the data suggest, and I just want to make sure that I understand your argument here. All the data suggests that more middle class parents are putting their kids in private school already. It would not affect the abolishment of the Department of Education would not affect rich people. Their kids already go to private schools. So I'm trying to understand your argument from that point of view. Could you walk me through that?
No, could you read that quote again? Because I don't think I said anything like that. Getting rid of public schools.
You said that for-profit schools would eliminate the middle class because they wouldn't be able to afford it, and rich people, only the rich people would be able to afford it, which I already.
I think you had a misunderstanding of my argument. What I said was what I said was here that when you have only a for-profit school system, you'd have a couple schools that could probably develop something better than what we have today. They'd be able to pay their teachers. They'd be able to get the most lucrative students. It'd form an elite circle, and they would siphon all the best resources of education up to them. The middle class would be left with the leftovers, the mediocre, which our system now, it isn't perfect. You still see some of that existing, but it's deviated up a lot more. You have a lot of people in public education that are also highly skilled teachers. The talent spread out a bit more. What I said it was to destroy the lower class, the poor people, the rural people. Rural people just wouldn't flat out have school, and a lot of poor people in cities wouldn't be able to afford them.
Okay. Is there anything in either of your arguments?
How are the? Oh, I'm sorry.
Is there anything in either of your arguments about homeschooling or communal schools?
I mean, I alluded to it by saying. I alluded to it by saying what parent wouldn't choose to stop working a 9-to-5 job to take $112,000 a year salary, right? I mean, and that's money taken out of the economy, right? So if that money is taken out of the economy, then if we put that money back into the economy, then logically speaking, as more predominantly women, but maybe some men, right? Just depends on the household, but it is obviously predominantly going to be women. If companies are forced to make this choice, they're going to have to pay people more, and they're going to have more people to pay them, right? Like the taxes affect the economy as a whole. When we're talking about $1 trillion a year taken out of the economy as a whole, the natural conclusion of that would be that some parents, right, would choose high-paying jobs and would send their children to private schools. Some parents would choose to have one higher paying job from their husband or their wife while one of them stay home and homeschool. And some parents would do systems like Montessori schools or systems like the Mormons do very competently, which is where they'll work 5 days a week and then 1 day a week they'll teach children, and you'll have like 5 or 6 parents that communally like, oh, I don't work on Tuesdays because I have the kids on Tuesdays, and I have like 6 or 7 kids, and you have like 6 or 7 people that have different areas of expertise and different levels of education, etc., teaching children different things, some of which might be practical, some of which might be on a computer with, Khan Academy or something, and some of which might be, someone that is college educated that has like specific knowledge in a specific area, a well-rounded education where they could work a job and they'd only have to sacrifice 1 day a week towards homeschooling, and they'd be far better off financially.
Teach your kids sex ed.
Could we get Tyler?
Well, that's exactly the problem that it's created. Hold on, no, I want to hit on that. Okay. Can I hit on that just very quickly? Yeah. That's exactly the problem with the high time preference system of the welfare state and public education, is that we don't know our neighbors, that we don't have community, that we don't work together because the government takes care of all of that, and you don't know who Randy up the street is, as opposed to having a community together with a church or with a community center where you actually do know your neighbors. We lived in a time not that long ago where women had, yellow ribbon ceremonies, where women had book clubs, where women knew each other, and it was a healthier and happier society.
All right, go ahead and respond quickly, and then we're going to go to another judge. Here, go ahead.
So again, we keep going to this aggregate statistic about how much is pulled out of the economy in total, and using that aggregate, it mostly comes from the top 20% of income earners. We then say, look at all this money that's being pulled out of the normal person's pocket. I just went and looked what the normal middle class person pays in taxes, and it's not enough for their wife to quit their job, stay at home, and be a 9-to-5 teacher. Like
that's not true, is it?
The gap is not. It is. I'm looking right at it.
That's not true.
It's like a 20% increase in their income.
All right.
Yeah,
you're looking. Hold on. Let me do this with just one thing.
Nobody pays 50% in income of their taxes.
No, let me, Admiral
That's-
Gibbs, please, let me just say this one thing.
Okay.
The problem with you cherry picking data that way is that you are looking at taxes paid and you are not looking at an economy. If a wealthy person pays more in property taxes and they are a landlord, guess what? You're not necessarily paying that money when you pay your rent because that's not taxes straight to the government, but you're paying higher rent because that landlord has higher property taxes. So it might disproportionately come from the wealthy, but in a healthy economy, goods and services are exchanged and they balance out to an extreme degree.
Okay,
and so
about
what you're
family
arguing
kids.
is
They're
right,
paying
but what we're talking
mortgage
about
rates.
but if we stopped paying higher property taxes, then everyone would have lower rent. And the people that do own homes would spend
You're
less money
right,
on
and
property
no
taxes.
education. As you you haven't been said it, but you can see that.
No, they'd have cheaper, superior education.
Hold
No,
on,
they
let him
have
respond.
lack
Let him
of
respond.
education.
We get back to this in the open. Put a pin in it. Go ahead, Tyler, real quick. I'll give you like 15 seconds to respond, and then we're gonna go to the next judge. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, at the end of the day, you would. If we spent less on government things, absolutely more people would have money in their pocket. It wouldn't go back into the pockets of the people that might save $50 on their rent or 10% of their income on their taxes. These people would still not be able to afford the things. They'd still be poor. These taxes are redistribution mechanisms. So to say, like, look at all this money being taken out of the economy in aggregate and then going to the everyday man and pretending
Who
like
are these rich
that
people
taxes
going
are
to sell
blinking
to
him
if they don't?
is just
If
silly.
these rich people
It's
have more
silly,
money,
that's all.
who are they going to sell to?
Okay.
If
Hold
they
on,
have
hold
more
on.
money,
All right,
who are they
hold
going
on,
to
baby.
sell to?
All right,
Price
hold on.
goes down. That's how an
we're gonna
economy
go
works,
into-
man.
we're going
If the
into-
rich
hold
people
on.
have a bunch more money and people don't have money to buy
Yeah.
shit because they have to put their kids in private school.
I addressed that already. Should I repeat myself?
We're going to the next judge, right? God damn, we got timers for a reason. I got time limits. This is what we're doing. All right, so we're sorry.
My fault. It's all my fault.
I'm gonna go to. I blame you. I'm gonna go to because you're unserious. Silly goose grid. Here we go. All right, let's go to Mr. Malali to get us back. To serious here. You ask some questions.
All right,
and
gents.
I don't trust them.
Am I live? Am I still? Am I still muted? Okay.
No, you're good.
I felt like there was a little confusion in the last round of questioning, just to make sure that we're on the same page. This is a debate about whether or not the public school system in its entirety should be abolished, the state and federal level, right? Correct? Both you guys agree? Okay. So this is not just abolish the DOE. This is abolish all public education, including state initiatives. Got it. Okay. So Scott, I heard you say that one of the issues with property taxes is that it increases the price of housing. And I guess the concern I had is you phrased it in the way that it was keeping people out of the housing market. And at least in the area where I work, I've seen the opposite, because I'm not saying for commercial, but for residential, like single family houses, you have New Jersey, you have New York, which have high property taxes. You have Connecticut, which has low property taxes, right? And those are that's the tri-state area that commutes into New York City. Connecticut has by far the highest property value. And at least my understanding is it has the highest property value because the tax rate actually pushes down the value in a high tax jurisdiction like New Jersey. So can you expand on why you think that getting rid of these taxes would decrease property values rather than increase them?
So there's two problems with your example. Number one, your example is relative, right? So you're comparing two situations and saying, well, one of the reasons why the property values are higher here is because the property taxes are so much lower here. And that very well may be true in a microcosm, but when you zoom out to the macro, if you were to drastically reduce property taxes across the entire country, then this concept of one area having lower property taxes, thus the overall value as an investment of this product that is housing increases would vanish, right? Because it is only a boon because the surrounding areas have high property taxes. If we were to get rid of high property taxes across the board, then you would see a general decrease in the money out of pocket in order to move into a home, right? You might not necessarily see a drastic increase in the evaluation of the property or the mortgage payment if the mortgage payment isn't including property tax, right? But it is kind of on its face, it should be kind of like obvious that if everywhere there were, let's say, no property taxes, right, then obviously your monthly mortgage payment, if your monthly mortgage payment included property taxes, would go down. And that this idea that one area has lower property taxes, thus the evaluation of property goes up, it only works because it's under a system where many areas that are good places to live in, that have good schools, also have outlandish property taxes.
Just real quick, Ryan, just for clarification to you, Mr. Lai, I got a question. Did you just say Connecticut has low property taxes?
As compared to New York and New Jersey, real low.
Oh, well, yeah, comparatively. They're the third highest, though. You just compared them to number 1 and number 2.
Well, but I mean, hey, look, man, that when you're making a comparison,
and by the way, the number one cost to educate a child is New York, and the number 2 is New Jersey.
Yeah.
So it almost seems like there's these shitty places to live with high property taxes where the homes aren't very valuable, and it's because of this education system that steals so much money in property taxes in order for public education.
I'm not nearly as wealthy as I thought I was. I just found out right now.
Weirdly, the homes are tremendously valuable in Connecticut, but I guess, and I don't want to get lost in the sauce on this, but I guess, Scott, the difference I was saying is that I think for a lot of people who are first-time buyers, the issue with buying in is not your monthly payment, it's the down payment. So the property value, if that spikes and you got to put 20% together, that's quite burdensome just to get in the door, regardless of what your monthly is. So maybe that's.
I mean, yeah, there are VHA loans. There are VHA loans, and there are other ways to reduce the down payment on the house. Obviously, there are regulations that were put in place after the 2009 financial collapse, which requires more down payments. That does price out the poor and the middle class to a certain degree, and maybe that was healthy for the economy in isolation. There are a lot of things that go into the cost of housing. My argument is very simple, is that when you say, oh, well, only the wealthy are paying these high property taxes, what I'm saying is that, well, if any of those wealthy are landlords, then that increased cost is obviously passed down to someone if those aren't investment properties, but those are properties that are being utilized in rent. And that obviously leads to some level of cost that is pushed down to the middle class that isn't necessarily calculated as a tax on the middle class.
For your system to work, abolishing public schools, would it require that we also do all these other things that we've kind of touched on? Abolishing, the property taxes, abolishing these federal regulations that made buying homes harder, and I'm sure there'll be more that come up. Like, is it part of a package deal? You need to do all these things.
It wouldn't necessarily require those things, though. Obviously, as an ANCAP, I would advocate for all of those things. I will say this, however, which is that people look at taxes the wrong way. They look at taxes as how much is the government taking, when the truth is taxes is how much is the government spending. And the reason that this is an important distinction is because when the government spends money that it doesn't have, this is passed on to the American people as a form of inflation, right? When the government spent money that it didn't have during COVID, all of a sudden our grocery bills doubled. Okay, and so it's not really a tax. And so when you look up the numbers, only the wealthy are paying the taxes. And yet your grocery bill, it costs twice as much because your currency has been devalued because the government spent. So even if we didn't get rid of all of these taxes, though I would advocate for them, if the government stopped spending $981 billion a year, then that would mean that the government was paying money off on its debts with that money, that we had less debt, that we were becoming solvent, that the government was spending less money that it didn't have. And the overall effect over time was that our wages wouldn't be stagnant compared to the inflation that we're paying at the grocery store. And we wouldn't just see rent go up and groceries go up as we continue to struggle. Because at the end of the day, taxes is not really the money that the government takes. Taxes is really the money that the government spends.
Okay, and I want to make sure I don't run out of time, so I have a question for Tyler. I see Gibbs's face. Tyler, I talk about being a lawyer a lot, but I'm also a former teacher. And one of the things that happened when I was teaching is I taught at a charter school. And an oddity of charter schools is that all you have to do to get in is sign a lottery, right? Like there's no cost, there's nothing to it. It's just write your name on a form. We draw your name out of a hat. But that actually did eliminate the bottom 10% of all parents, because the bottom 10% of all parents aren't engaged enough to even sign the lottery. So I guess my question for you, Tyler, is I want you talk about equality of opportunity. I'd like to give you maybe a chance to address how you think public schools serve the worst performing, the hardest to educate, the neediest, disability, etc. families, and maybe what you think would happen if we switch to Scott's system, and then if Scott has a rebuttal, maybe we can hear that too.
I would have to imagine if we switch.
No rebuttal.
Yeah, it'd take like 2 hours. I have to imagine if we switch to Scott's system, maybe that kid would cost more to get into a private school or something like that. Where in my system, it might not be the best. Again, I even admitted before, if we go to Scott's system, you might find 1 or 2 or 3 schools that can do it significantly better than our public school system. They'd just be extremely limited and only cut off for the elites. So there could definitely be a way to help these troubled youth. More, I'm saying that in his system, they'd get left behind, where in ours, we just do our best with them. These are generally kids that come from a broken home, poor neighborhood. They rely on that redistribution. We've had a lot of talk about taxes here. A lot of that money that's taken on taxes is taken from rich people and given to poor. I think it was Mitt Romney got in trouble for saying 47% of our country gets more out of the tax system than they put in. So a big factor here we're forgetting about when we talk about these taxes is the redistribution mechanism that comes as a result of them. Generally, young people are the poorest in our society, fresh out of college, just got married, trying to buy a home, have their first kid. These are the people that need that redistribution. And then you get to the broken home element of that. This kid would just completely get left behind in any other system. And even if our system doesn't perfectly correct for it, doesn't always hit the nail on the head, some fall through the crack, it's the only opportunity they would have gotten. It's the only opportunity rural people would get. It's the only opportunity a lot of people in inner cities that are poor will get, is this redistribution mechanism that comes from taxes. So just letting rich people keep their money and telling poor people, sorry, you can't afford an education, just to me is like a way to ruin your entire nation.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we're gonna go to Abby now. You got any questions? Let's go see what you got
I
here.
was gonna go back to so for Tyler, it seemed in your opening that you were saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, we get rid of public schools and the only options you're really left with are homeschool or private school. And from my understanding, statistically, homeschooled kids perform 15 to 20 points higher on most standardized testing, and private school kids also perform higher. So why would that be a bad thing?
I don't think it would be a bad thing. And I'd even make concessions that our current system's not kind enough in terms of maybe we could even shift to a voucher program to allow more people that want to homeschool to have that ability, and more people that want to send their kids to a private school to have that ability. But that would still allow the public option for everyone else. And the government is not the most efficient. They're always going to spend more money to have sometimes lesser or at least close to goals of the private sector. But the reason why you need that is because if it's just money-based, everybody that lives in the country that's in these low-density areas will either have to drive 100 miles to go to school every day or just won't flat out have it because there's no financial incentive to put a schoolhouse there for 20 kids. So it has to exist, in my opinion, as well.
So I guess follow-up to that would be, so in that world where we would still have the FDA, that's because if we got rid of public schooling, the religious communities wouldn't step in to school those people.
They may. I'm sure other people would step in too, but it wouldn't be universal. There'd be a lot more people falling through the cracks. That's the reason I brought up the government's enforcement mechanism. You have to have the state legally compelling you to send your kids to school. Otherwise, you lose that universality. And then you also get the single standard. When you have government school, you have a government school standard. That standard is how you get doctors speaking a universal language, doing things universally. That was that whole point I went through there. If you absolutely, like, other people could step in, but like your church is not going to be an expert on teaching you rocket science. You want a specialist in that. So having these small community-based things are nice, especially like for toddlers and young kids.
Illiterate kids graduating from high school learning rocket science in public schools? What the fuck
That
are
was
you
going to
talking
be
about?
that was going to be what I was going to say. I don't think every child on average needs to learn rocket science, right?
Absolutely.
And that's a very select few amount of children that would typically come from very wealthy households for private schooling, right? So
a lot of the anecdotes that were brought up of like these cities that have tried these like stupid leftist policies in schools to help out racial equity and racial education and things like that have led to these really stupid situations where you see like 80% literacy rates in given cities. These are anecdotes. They're bad. I agree they're bad, but that's throwing the baby out with the bathwater just because a few cities got it
democracy.
Wrong. Okay, sometimes it is.
Public education.
But at the end of the day, democracy is the people having a say in what their kids learn. And if you just say, hey, I'm going to hire this company to do it, you're at the mercy of the company. I'd rather have a say in what my kids learn when they go to school. So
the exact opposite is true. Under democracy,
than the mercy of the. So you're saying it's better to be at the mercy, leave your children at the mercy of the government, what the government decides they should learn, than to leave them at the mercy of whatever company you as a parent decide to join and work for.
Well, it's the government sector that you are participating in. You get to vote for, you get to petition against, you get to show up to hearings and scrutinize. Whereas if you're in a rural area again and you have one schoolhouse you get to choose from, that's it. Like you don't get a say at all. You don't get to go in there.
Corporations are known for giving the people at the bottom a voice and caring what they have to say. It's not just a contract that you sign up to show up to work from this time to this time to. Well, that's basically what you're saying. You're saying it's better because with a corporation, you would have a voice and you would be able to fight against the corporation that you work for or the government. You have a voice.
No, they say if you don't want their service, you
don't have a voice with public school.
Yeah, if you say if no one wants, this is why we invented Title II in our government. Is because like there was always certain areas that only had one access to electricity, and they were turning people down based off criteria. It's like, electricity is too important of a function for people to survive and not be in a third world part of America. So we guarantee that you're going to get electricity from this company. And it's because people were being turned down. The reason these regulations exist is because people weren't being universal.
And what are energy prices like now, dude? What is that doing for us? Is that helping people? That like in the state of Tennessee, it's illegal to fucking have a different energy company, that the government grants a monopoly to the Tennessee Valley Authority and they just get to charge whatever they want until people get angry enough and decide to go to community meetings. I'm not pivoting. I'm saying that monopoly and state control is anathema to competition. Real choice exists in the market.
Before y'all fight, let me ask. Yeah, go ahead. If you have any more questions, go ahead. Yeah, one more, I guess.
I think that was what I was trying to say is you can quit a company and go to another company if you don't like the education they're providing your child, right? You can't quit the government. So I don't see how that. You can petition the government, though. You can change the government. You can vote people in. You vote in the school board. You vote in the people that decide what the kids learn at school. And
bro, have you been to a Walmart? Have you been to a Walmart? Like
very well.
Have you met the average voter?
Okay.
I understand. I don't think she's doing a good job, but can I have a conversation with the judge?
I need to just ask. I want to clarify a question myself real quick before I give it back to Abby. So I know what Fabian's proposing. He wants the Department of Education gone. He wants all public schools. He's offered like an alternative system. I guess where the confusion is, because it seems like you're kind of like not being real clear here, Tyler. I guess maybe expound on this. I think the earlier you said that you would be able to have, and I guess I'm going to quote Obama, you're going to be able to keep your insurance, right? Like it's the same thing here. You'd be able to keep your public school.
Keep your doctor.
Yeah, and then keep your doctor. You can keep your public school. Or you could choose the thing. So it's like you're like that's the system you're proposing, right? You're saying maybe some stuff needs to be cleaned up.
Proposing the status quo.
Yeah, that's what. So currently, you can go to.
Yeah, in her response to her question, why wouldn't you want more people to be homeschooled? I said I'd be open to that, but it wouldn't invalidate the problem.
To clarify, just a little further, though, you're not saying it's like you would be shutting down the the private school in Three Rivers, Texas. You're just saying there probably wouldn't be one, is what you're saying. Is that correct?
Private schools and homeschooling only make up about 10% of education. I could see that getting up to 50% and being completely happy with it. No objections at all. Raise that shit up as much as you want. If there's anything in government holding them back from doing that, then change it. Voucher program for everybody. Absolutely have whatever kind of school you want, but don't get rid of public school.
Yeah,
are we back to open or no?
Yeah, let's go to. We'll go to. We'll just go to
I think
open.
I understand. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we'll go to open.
I want to talk about this public school voucher system, right? I'm not necessarily directly opposed to it as a step towards the right direction, right? You know, if public schools and teacher unions and places full of, you know, woke ideology and, you know, neoliberal factory propaganda and all this other bullshit can be replaced by parents, the problem is that the current system, as you see it, is you can't have a public voucher system with public schools for homeschoolers. And the reason you can't have that is because you have large leftist organizations that they call teachers unions that will fight that tooth and nail and will use their power to try and stop that. And or they will make the claim that because government money is involved, as you said, the people get a say, the people get a voice. Democracy must be listened to. And with that money comes more government restrictions on what you can teach and what you can tell your kids, and the right opinions and the right ideas and the right philosophy. You must worship the state like you do. You must believe that democracy is good and it solves everything like you do. You must believe that, you know, COVID was just a great, wonderful thing and we had to lock down, or, you know, that might be bad to teach your children. Like, you are going to see what you are advocating for is either to fight and destroy the teachers unions, which, I mean, surprising given your current standpoint, but maybe I'll fight with you on that one. Or you are advocating for more and more control of how parents can educate their children from the state, so that the state can dictate what are the right opinions that the American people are allowed to have in this so-called democracy. And
I mean, it's a fun argument. I just don't think it has relevance to the prompt. I could take your side and say Randy Weingarten's a piece of shit, abolish the public school union, clean that shit all up, but then public school would still be in place. Or I could take the other side and say, I'm staying with the status quo. Randy Weingarten's a great person. I love the teachers unions to go Joe Biden, and public school's still in place. So I don't think it invalidates the prompt either way. I think it's
it's not necessarily a prompt. You've brought it up several times though, which is why I'm addressing it, which is like kind of I don't want to say a cop out, right? But what you have said is, you know, when pinned, unfortunately, it seems the judge is, you know, a little bit grilling you there in the latter half, Ryan and Abby, and that's fine. You know, I got grilled a little too. But it seems like you go back to this position of, oh, well, maybe we could have the system that I described in my opening statement, right, as a thought experiment, which is where, you know, because you also made the argument that private schooling will get more expensive if we get rid of public schooling, right? That there's this weird, I don't know why you have that opinion. Maybe you can expand upon that. But nevertheless, this voucher system you've brought up several times. And what I am saying is the current system is controlled in part not by real democracy of informed voters. That doesn't exist in America. You have a bunch of sheep that just listen to whatever they think the prevailing narrative is, and you have a very small minority of voices that even go to a school board hearing. I mean, we're talking less than 1% of the population has ever been to a school board meeting. And so this idea that like this is superior to a parent being able to go into the market where they're forced to compete and where they're forced to innovate, as opposed to a corrupt system that is just printing money, so much so that even now where you're forced to subsidize public education, it's still in many places half the price of public schooling to educate your children in private schooling. Where are you getting these inevitabilities of a free market system from? What philosophy or historical evidence do you have to suggest
I'm skipping over all that because of the prompt. I'm working around specifically the prompt. I was highlighting it for a specific reason for the prompt, and I was using it as a context for her for the prompt.
Well, but you were making a claim. The claim is that a private system will be of competition, will have less choice than democracy, and that private system will become more expensive than it currently is. That was the argument that you made.
But before we get lost in this, I want to give you a chance.
No, I didn't make either of those claims.
Yeah, I want you to answer.
Make both of those claims.
Hold on. Let me just jump in here real quick. I want Tyler to answer a claim of yours, Fabian. Fabian went in pretty heavy into the race aspect of this. What are your thoughts on what he that claim? I'm surprised y'all didn't start with that one, to be totally honest. Do you think that the public education system is a tool of white genocide, Tyler?
Oh no, I think that is wild. That giving people that aren't white an education is somehow genociding white people. When like
That's not my claim.
That's essentially what you led off. You said it was your claim. Gibbs is saying, yeah.
So you're a fucking liar. On top of the fact that you can't.
Gibbs, did you hear that? That's what I heard.
Did I say?
Hold on. I didn't say that.
You pull back the tape. Find the tape where I said giving an education to people who aren't white is a form of white genocide. If you can't steal my position, then you can't argue against it. Steelman, what is my position?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Johnny
That's
Dollar, I
definitely what I
actually
heard.
agree with
I said it in the beginning and the end of the opening statement. Would you like me to reread it?
Public education, obviously.
I'd like you to reread that.
So, would you like me to reread it?
These guys haven't touched on.
Yeah, sure. In the opening statement, I said, and quote, public schooling in America is a racist, classist, eugenic system designed to strangle wealth and opportunity from the middle class, lower the birth rates for the competitive class against the wealthy elite, incentivize the unproductive class into servitude, indoctrinate the lower classes into status socialism, and create a market imbalance to disempower men in an orchestrated gender war. It is one of the most evil institutions, yada, yada, yada. At no point did I mention giving it.
You led in with, this makes me sound like a graper right before you said it.
No, I let in. I did not do that in the opening statement, but I did when I responded when I responded to him.
He was responding to me because I asked him specifically what was the racist.
So can you steel man the position now that I've given it to you word for word?
No, that's not.
And actually argue against it.
No, I'm talking about the one you made with Grid. That's the position that I was critiquing.
So what was said and at no point when I spoke to Grid did I say that giving an education to brown and black people. What I said is that a system that is designed to strangle the middle class that is predominantly white, and you have activists in teachers unions and in property that say that the concept of ownership of property is white supremacy. This is everywhere in the literature. I don't think anyone denies this, that amongst all of leftist academia, that they claim that land ownership and property rights are a system of white supremacy. It's one of the cornerstones of critical race theory, and it is one of the cornerstones of, let's say, social emotional learning that is in public schools, and CICUS, which is the largest social emotional learning institution that directly brought on critical race theorists to say that critical race theory is in schools and it's a good thing and we need more of it. Right. No, what I'm saying is that if they claim that they want to indoctrinate children through public schools against the concept of private property because private property is white supremacy, if their own literature says that we want to use public schools to put children into the learning zone of uncomfortability by making them go through struggle sessions about their race, if that is the largest institutions in America that engage in sex education, right, then that is what they are doing, and that is what this system supports.
Okay, all right. Let Tyler respond here.
It is not 5 states. It's in 47 states, and it's in 1/3 of all elementary students in America.
All right. So I get what you're saying. 30 seconds or so. Yeah. There you go.
So it's just more of taking the worst exemples from a handful of like leftist states.
Is 1/3 of all public
elementary schools? Let me respond.
You're ignoring the statements that I made to lie. Don't obfuscate. It's not a few. It is in way more than 5 states. This is a lie.
I'm taking control. I'm taking control again. All right. God damn it. Your boy's making me work for my fucking food today. I don't like this. All right. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to get 30 seconds. Don't go uninterrupted. I know if he lies, I know you're going to want to rage out, but just wait till he says all of his lies. There for 30 seconds, and then rage out. All right, go ahead, Tyler, and then I'm going to get you in 30 seconds.
I misunderstood. I understand what you're saying now. This is just more highlight the worst examples, pretend like those are the norm, and then say this justifies throwing the baby out with the bathwater, despite the fact that like 80-90% of schools in the United States don't operate under the gender and DEI bullshit that you see in a handful of areas. Like California, I've looked specifically into the policy in Oregon, and a couple other states are doing it. The vast majority aren't. This was decided last election. Exit polls showed it. This was a big deal for people. School boards flipped Republican across the country. So this is on the way out the door for anywhere but a blue lockdown state. It is not the norm of our education system. It was a political experiment that failed. That's all.
Now it's open again. There you go. You're unmuted.
Yeah, this is just not true. This is just not true. Like, psychics, I'm just looking it up now, right? All 50 states have adopted social emotional learning. Every single state in America has SEL programs. 27 adopted K
You
through
don't know what
12
SEL
standards.
is if you think
Has a-
that means what you think. Like, if you think I actually want,
I
that's not what
challenge
SEL is.
anyone in the audience or any judge after this debate to go look up transformative social emotional learning on Google Scholar, read the research of how social emotional learning is a system that is to be used to create a critical democracy to stop white supremacy. I challenge anyone to look at Psychus, which is the #1 in America sex education company that schools use to write their sex education teaching policies. Like Paulo Freire, right? Paulo Freire is the #1 cited academic in academia. Okay, Paulo Freire is the #1. That is the person that wrote Pedagogy of the Oppressed, which has double the citations in English alone of Sigmund Freud. Okay, and that book specifically is how do we use the education system as a means of Marxist indoctrination? How do we use the process of teaching children how to read? You can laugh about it, but it's the #1 cited academia.
I've heard these arguments already. You're gish galloping. You're making conclusions.
I'm not gish galloping. I'm giving example after example after example
You
about
cited a
what you
book
said
that
is just
isn't even
not
required
true.
to read it. You brought up Paulo Freire, then you brought up a book that
Cited
has
the
nothing to
most
do with it.
cited book in all of academia is just
Paulo
some
Freire.
irrelevant book.
Paulo Freire was a guy that worked inside of a capitalist administration that worked for the education secretary and developed some techniques of teaching literacy to people using some different versions of cultural communist pedagogy. It's a vague ass transition that James Lindsay uses. I've heard all this already. You're really pushing like
So you just have they're not theories when the #1 cited source, the #1 cited academic is a Marxist and the book that is the #1 cited book from that academic is a book on how to indoctrinate people into Marxist thought.
He was the head of his educational field for his country, did a lot of good work for education generally. So the fact that he was a Marxist and they only cite a couple chapters.
So he was a good guy. He was a good guy. Guys,
No,
it's actually good when the public education system is completely. Yeah, you just. This is nonsense.
Fear mongering somebody was a communist, like takes away from the fact that they actually.
I'm not fear mongering that someone was a communist.
Oh, he's
there
a
are plenty of people
socialist.
that were communists and made contributions.
Anything he said because he's a socialist. We can't say anything he said because he was a socialist. Ignore that he was actually at the top.
This is a completely disingenuous argument that you are running away from the facts.
No,
this is completely disingenuous. You lied about You lied about social emotional learning, saying that it's only California and a couple of other states. You don't know anything about Psychus, and then you all of a sudden magically do know about Psychus, and it's actually not that big of a deal. And then you don't know anything about the fact that Paulo Freire's the #1 cited academic in pedagogy and in academia in general. The main work that is being cited is Pedagogy of the Oppressed. The main book that is being cited that has like over 200,000 citations in English alone, much less in other languages.
To a bunch of natives.
The book is about
a bunch of natives that didn't know how to read. That's what the book was about. You're saying
by what means? By what means?
It was a study.
You already admitted
it. Teach people that were in their adult age how to read. He did use some pedagogy in there. He did say the literacy should be in the political note.
Of course, he used pedagogy. That's the whole point of teaching.
But that's
not the issue. It's not pedagogy. It's pedagogy of the oppressed.
Study breakdown on how to teach education to people of adult age that couldn't read. It wasn't like this is what Karl Marx said we should do.
Utilizing class consciousness as the main vector of education, which is what social emotional learning is.
Okay, so
you're bullshitting.
Still did.
You're just saying socialism and communism it's all Red Scare. We don't believe in any of that.
That's exactly what he was, a socialist, and they use his
have
books.
No fucking argument.
That's bad. It proves that every state is doing gender theory because they read Paulo Freire's book from the 1970s. That's your argument here.
No, it's one piece. It's one piece of evidence amongst a list of evidence that you all called gish galloping, because apparently it's gish galloping to give multiple pieces of evidence as to why what you said is not true. That's not a gish gallop, by the way.
This guy
Gish
wrote a
gallop is
book
making
in the
multiple
70s that didn't have
arguments
anything to do with
that are
gender
not
theory
connected.
or DEI or anything. Didn't have anything to do with DEI.
I didn't say it had anything
theory.
to do with gender
You just
theory.
Said, oh, he inspired
I will
social
say,
emotional.
I will say that gender theory and queer
goalpost.
theory is a form of critical theory, without a doubt. Yes, obviously.
That was the argument that
no
I
one
made
would deny that.
critiquing was about 5 states teaching gender theory, and you're like, but they all teach social emotional learning, and Paula Freire had an influence in that.
So 45 states have no concept of gender theory whatsoever. That's your claim?
They may have some, but they don't teach it. They don't teach it to the level where parents were appalled about and voting against. Yeah, most states don't allow. They follow Trump's executive order. I think
they don't teach it that much, so it doesn't exist. Look, the argument that we are critiquing is my opening argument, where you made the claim that I am saying that educating Black and brown people is a form of white genocide.
I've already corrected
and
that.
What I'm saying is that
wrong.
no, that is not the case. What I'm saying, I agree. And what I'm saying is no, that is not the case. What I'm saying is when you have people in positions of power, though limited they may be, when you have an academic system and teachers unions, etc., that all tacitly and or openly support leftist ideology that claims that the public school system ought be a vector and petitions the Biden administration for more funding for social emotional learning and things of that nature, that this system is inherently weakened to corruption because it is a monopoly run by the state, as opposed to a free market of private schools where parents can go, wow, I really don't like what's in this school system. I'm going to pull my kids out of this school system and go to another school system. But instead, what you argue is that this small number of people get real loud at the local school board meeting, of which the FBI was used to put parents at school board meetings on a special list to track them because they were disrupting the school system. Like you know that happened, right? That the FBI used the laws that we use to target domestic terrorists to target parents that said anything about what was going on in their school system because they wanted to push forward. And it was only after they put them on specific lists to track all of their communications.
What do they do with them? What do they do? When you say
they targeted them to record all of their messages, emails. That implies that they are watching parents, hoping that they can find any forms of connections or things that they disagree with, as opposed.
And they took a look into somebody.
What the fuck is this? If you have nothing to hide, you should let me search your car. Gay ass shit that you are injecting into this fucking system. Do you have any bit of American in you at all? Do you love this country at all? Do you have any concept of liberty at all?
Like at the end of fear mongering. Did the debate?
No, this isn't fucking ad-hom. I'm attacking your retarded ass argument. Fear-mongering to say that the FBI puts parents on fucking watch lists as opposed to the free market actually being able to be a system.
All right, cool. Take it over. All right, so we're going to go to judges now. It's judges' time and one time table, and totally unrelated to the prompt or anything. I just thought this was an interesting tidbit. Since we're talking about contributions by terrible people. Hans Scharf and von Braun both were Nazis, and they're the master of interrogation of the FBI. That's the guy. He created the modern interrogation system. And von Braun, no contributions that I can think of off the top of my head. But interesting facts there. I don't know. We'll start with Mr. Malawi today, I think, for this question session. Who do you got?
Trying to calm it down so he goes to the lawyer. Scott, you talked about social emotional learning being in every state, but then when you started talking about why you had an issue with it, you talked about specifically transformative social emotional learning. And because I was a former teacher, there is a difference. Social emotional learning is typically the broader category of attempting to provide children with skills to deal with challenging emotional situations, deal with their peers, etc. And then transformative social emotional learning is that with an aim of social justice, right? So they are also, they do seem meaningfully different in some way. So because you talked about it being in all 50 states, do you know whether transformative social emotional learning is in all 50 states, or is that just social emotional learning is in all 50 states?
What I said is social emotional learning is in at least 44 states. That there is some level of social emotional learning adopted, but that doesn't mean that it is like a primary program in every classroom. I also said that it was 1/3 of elementary school children, right? Which is the claim by Psychus, which does support transformative social emotional learning and is the largest purveyor of sex education guidelines in America, though that is also not in all 50 states. What I would say is that you are correct that it is of my opinion, and I think it is fairly obvious if you dig into it, that CASEL and social emotional learning are a vector for transformative social emotional learning. Social emotional learning is something that would have been a good idea for school guidance counselors. It is, in effect, a form of counseling. It is a form of therapy. And there's absolutely zero reason for teachers to be utilizing it. And there's absolutely zero reason for these untrained professionals to take a fucking online class to try and do this. It was originally created to deal with conduct disorder and oppositional defiance disorder.
I'm the judge, so you gotta let me talk. When I can cut you off, you can't cut me off. It's just the nature of the power dynamic. But
I was just finishing my sentence.
Yeah, I understand. The pushback is there. Like, for example, when I was teaching, I used to do a unit on if you get in a fight with your friend, how do you solve the fight? That was classified as social emotional learning. Right, because it wasn't an academic skill; it was a social skill.
Right.
So, like, do you have a problem with stuff like that?
Look, I think when you say, do you have a problem with this specific case that may or may not be defined as social emotional learning? Like, if we individuate it to that degree, then like, yeah, no, I don't have a problem with you as a teacher teaching that. But what I'm saying is when some of the seminars have been leaked of social emotional learning, where they teach teachers to be leaders, to get credentials so that they can get promotions in schools, what do you find? What you find isn't teach kids not to fight and like be present in their emotions. What you teach is, they bastardize Vygotsky's zone of proximal development, which is, a concept of scaffolding, right? Like where you go to the limit of what it is that a child knows and you engage with them at that limit so that they can learn and grow, as opposed to teaching them something too easy or teaching them something too hard. And instead they turn that into the zone of optimal learning, which is where they tell teachers to make their children uncomfortable about race, class issues, community issues, violent issues, so that those children can sit in that uncomfortableness. And
you do not need to tell me
there's a
on
wide
transformative
spectrum of
SEL
what
being
is
a problem. I'm totally on board with transformative.
Right, but those are regular SEL CASEL seminars where they're teaching teachers, right? So there is a spectrum.
Yeah, and part of the challenge is how do you tell the difference between the two is actually kind of like a large question. But because I know that I am also going to be time limited and other judges have questions, I want to make sure I grilled Tyler as well and not just you this time around. So Tyler, one of the things I asked Scott last time was that it seemed like he had to abolish quite a lot of our current systems to make his plan work. But you've been very open that you have a lot of criticisms of the current school system, but you haven't really said why you think you have an optimistic view of it going forward. Like, if there are so many problems with it, why is maintaining the status quo better than doing some kind of radical alternative?
Well, there are a lot of problems with it, but these problems need to be classified properly. When you see some stupid leftists in a handful of states do something stupid, this doesn't necessarily invalidate the entire system itself. It invalidates their stupid policies, their stupid actions, their stupid politics, and their stupid voters. So also, I was very open as to how much, with her question about voucher programs, I was very open to flexibility on that. My argument here is solely based around the prompt specifically, why we need to abolish public school, why it needs to be gone or exist. And I'm saying, even if we change the system, even if we make it different than what we have today, even if we expand it, even if we reduce it, I still have the win in the eyes of the prompts. I am just formulating it specifically around that for the sake of the debate.
So, but one of the problems that got raised in the last segment, and I think it is one we're talking about, is that education, the people, just the staffs in education, teachers unions, teachers, administrators, the skew is so, and I, having worked in these places, I can tell you from experience, it is exactly as reported. The skew is so much to the left that you are much more likely to meet somebody who openly identifies as a Marxist than as a conservative. in most
Absolutely.
school settings. So in that kind of ideological landscape, how do you avoid the issues that Fabian is discussing, where you talk about the inevitable inclusion of Marxist or cultural Marxist ideas? How do you combat that when the people involved are going to naturally favor that over conservative alternatives?
Absolutely. Well, you combat that by giving conservative alternatives and just waiting. You have to be patient. You do your right to work states where you don't need to be a teacher to be part of a teaching, or you don't have to be part of a teaching union to teach. You give alternatives to this, and then you wait. And then you wait for the nepotism to set in. Just like any giant company, eventually, once they made it to the top, they're going to start spending on their interests more than just continuing to grow and grow and grow the business. We made it to the top of the mountain. Let's do some things now with this. And just like that, the teachers' unions are going to be the same. They're pushing unpopular agendas. They're pushing, we won't go back to school until we're fully vaccinated and the kids are fully vaccinated, and we still want 2 remote days even after COVID's gone, and things of that nature. That pissed parents off. We saw sweeping reforms in terms of local governments and their state and who was actually running their education board. On top of that, we saw people fleeing states. So that movement with your feet to flee those states, go to these other places, and even the sway in education. I saw, it was only anecdotal, it wasn't a lot, and it didn't fully sway over. But I saw several polls that show the Republicans were, for the first time in like 40 years, leading the Democrats in terms of national education, who you want to control education. It reversed, it's back to where it was. But I at least saw at one point during the trans madness that it broke through a little bit. So at the end of the day, we have the mechanism in place to correct for these things. We're just looking at it in too small of a scale of time, I feel like.
Why should conservatives have to flee their entire state instead of just going to a different company in their area? Like, you recognize competition is healthy. You recognize that it's superior when you're given choice. Yet you don't want to give the freedom of parents to actually have that choice.
Well, I would
force them to move to an entire new state.
I would if we expanded like Abby's question asked. So I would then.
We're gonna go to the next judge because we're getting close to time here. So let's go to, speaking of Abby, let's go to Abby.
So I think I'm trying to get my thoughts together.
If you're not ready, we go to Grid. Grid, are you ready? You ready
Yeah,
to go fight?
go
Yeah. Grid looks ready to fight with somebody.
I'm not ready to fight.
No, we don't want judges fighting. We want judges asking questions.
I kind of feel like we got off in the weeds in a couple of places.
You're muted.
Sorry, guys.
You're muted on Discord.
My bad. So I feel like you guys got off into kind of some weeds there that I didn't really care about and didn't really have I didn't feel like had a lot to do with the actual topic. It was very interesting, but again, it wasn't really there. Question for I'm going to start with Tyler this time. Tyler, question. You keep maintaining that the government needs to be in control of this, and yet would it surprise you to learn that every year since the formation of the Department of Education, the amount of literacy and test scores have declined versus before it existed in 1982 is when it was founded. Would that surprise you to learn that?
No, I'm going to pull an Andrew Wilson tactic here and say, just for the premise of your questions so far and statements in the past, that's 7 to 8% of education funding that goes to federal, and any questions regarding the Department of Education, we could completely abolish it, and my prompt would still be the same.
Hold on. Did you say 7 or 8% went to Department of Education? Because Department of Education is the $950 billion budget.
No, they get about 89. No, they get about
the 900. The 981 that I mentioned is the combination of both state and federal.
But
it's about 7%.
Hold on. The Department of Education's budget is $950 billion. Is that not correct?
The Department of Education doesn't have a budget that big. I'd have to look it up again. I think it's something like 50. But
the military doesn't even have that.
Oh, hold on. I think it's more than that because for the last,
we spend more on education than the military.
Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Just federally, I mean.
Hold on. Federally, I mean, well, and I was trying not to get into the federal versus
whatever,
but guys, the last 10 years, the Department of Education spent $10 million that they can't even account for. They know they spent it, but they don't know where it was spent. So guys, 10 out of 50 would be insane, but 10 out of 900, billion, I could actually, that's like 10%. So it's like
abolish the whole Department of Education.
It's 79 billion. That's what the Department of Education.
There you go.
79 million. Okay. So you're just saying that you'd be fine with, but would it? But the fact is,
you're running away.
Hold on. I guess my problem is it's not necessarily the money. It's the fact that they're the ones imparting the policies that you're talking about, and they've done a poorer job of it than it was just when it was just run by the states.
Yeah, it's shit. Not every idea is a good idea, and I'm just saying
every idea is a good idea.
This is such a small part of this. Like I don't think really fits.
I don't think it's a small part.
But it's like 7% funding.
I got a question for you.
Get rid of it because most of my arguments are central around state arguments, anyways.
So I guess just to clarify, and I'm going to turn it back to Grid. I just want to clarify here. Grid, are you to you, Grid specifically? Yeah. Are you asking? I guess I'm just confused what you're asking here because I guess the prompt is public schools existing, right?
Yeah. So the public.
Are you saying, Grid? Are you implying? Yeah.
No, I'm not implying anything. I'm making the observation.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah, I'm making the observation that the federal that Tyler said multiple times that he wants the government to set the standards. Currently, the standards are not set at the state level. They're set at the federal level by the Department of Education. If that's the case, then he can say, well, okay, abolish the...
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay, I understand.
And the fact is that every year the Department of Education has existed, education in this country has gotten worse.
I'd say that maybe is correlation without causation.
So the government doesn't seem to be doing a good job. And can you help me out with that?
Well, those are two different metrics to judge on. The standards are made in a different way, a different mechanism. They bring in people from the private industry. They sit down and discuss what is a universal standard that we need somebody to achieve before we can call them a certified doctor, certified X, Y, and Z. And that's why they generally get these credentialists from. So that is made differently than the Department of Education.
I'm not going to debate you on this. I'm not going to debate you on this. I think you're conflating a couple of things. First of all, who decides who a doctor is the Department of Medicine, right? Like the ADA or whatever the fuck it is. AMA. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Those were the standards I was referring to.
You just said
those were the standards I was referring to.
Standards. I'm sorry. What am I confused?
But that's what the Department of Education uses to deem if a college is actually teaching people certified degrees to become a doctor.
No, they don't.
It's defined by one and enforced by another.
That's incorrect. In high school, you don't have nobody's learning. Nobody's taking medical courses in high school. It's fictitious.
I didn't say that. I said that's how you get a credential.
He's moving into universities and away from public schools. Mr. I always stick to the prompt. Except when it's
you're talking about licensing in universities, which should all be private. There should be no state, any of those. But that has what you're saying is that what you're talking about is irrelevant because we're talking about public schools, which are high school, middle school, elementary school.
Public schools also, I've been using arguments for community colleges and public universities as well.
I didn't hear a single university argument, but okay, maybe I missed it.
I brought up multiple. I brought up multiple on the scale
maybe
of
I missed it because you guys are going back and forth. All right, so at any rate, it still doesn't really respond to the fact that the education's gotten worse in this country. To you, Fabian, it seems like that you are very flexible on homeschool versus any other type of, I guess, non-state run schools. Where would the standards come from in this? Where the community standards would, as Tyler's suggesting, state level standards?
Yeah. So I think there was a really interesting argument that Tyler made in his opening statement that actually benefited me more than him, right? Because in his horror scenario, he was like, imagine a world where, where universities were teaching just for a specific job so that you could be educated in that job and it was in part funded or supported by a company as opposed to getting a general standard education. And I was listening to that and I was like, dude, that's that sounds like an amazing idea, because we're currently $1.85 trillion in student loan debt. So obviously the concept of like getting this general education is really not, yeah, people are making a little more money, but when we're almost $2 trillion in student loan debt, that sounds like a really bad idea. So I would say that this concept of like who would make the standards if not imposed by the state would be who would make those standards. I think in many ways that they would be community led, right? But I think also in many ways, certifications and things like that would come from companies that were trying to poach, young, brilliant minds and things like that, that were trying to sell education. It would be competitive. There would be companies that rate the education standards of like one company or another. Like, for example, ECPI and DeVry, I think ITT Tech were both caught going into nursing homes and targeting veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder and brain damage to try and get them to sign up for college so that they could get money from the GI Bill but never actually go to the college. And then they end up in student loan debt.
So the point we already have that. We have, so for instance, I'm in IT, we have the CompTIA A+. And this is something that the industry got together with educators and evaluated this standard that they wanted taught in schools. You can go to a college and take classes on it specifically just for that, and that'll get you into that specific industry. That already exists. What I was talking about is you sign up for a law degree. I was talking about corruption at that point in my introduction. You sign up for a law degree, and you go in, and this college only teaches you part of this segment of law.
Yeah. All right. So
yeah, again, but it applies in the same way, right? So my argument is, and my argument and response to you is
if you know what you're signing up for, it's great. Absolutely.
Sure. But what I'm saying is that who is to say what is or isn't the appropriate education of a child, right? I mean, we have a current school system that says that
parents,
we have a current school system that says taking your child out of like their mandatory schooling that is taught to the lowest standard for one day is poor attendance and should mark poorly on the child when you decide to take your child to the aquarium and learn about marine biology, or you decide to take your child to a museum or maybe you decide to take your child to a blues festival somewhere and gain knowledge in the arts. No, you must fit to the state approved standard of what it is that we believe is the right thing and the right level of arts and the right things. Oh, and by the way, we teach it to the lowest standard. So if your kid is excelling in public schools, they are punished by being beaten to death 8 hours a day with boring presentations and information they could very quickly grasp. And if you take your kids out, you're demarked. You are punished. You can potentially get in trouble for truancy and things of that nature. What I'm saying is I think parents are those that love their children most should be the default position of knowing what they ought to teach their children and to give their children opportunities. And I think history, both economically, we can see that overwhelmingly throughout the entire world, that once parents get enough money, they educate their children by any means necessary. We saw this in Bangladesh, for example, where just the threat of the ready-made garment industry introducing child labor laws caused companies to fire all of the child laborers in Bangladesh. And UNICEF and Paul Krugman both followed up. And what they found is that those children overwhelmingly ended up injured and in child prostitution and sex trafficking. Because the reality of the situation is that poor countries don't educate their children.
All right, go ahead. That's your last question.
The last question I have is for either or both of you guys. So what we're seeing with public schools is that parents who care about their kids literally move between school districts because of the rating of the input of other parents as to how good those schools are. So I would say that is a refutation of Tyler's point, and I don't know that it does Fabian any good. So I'd really like to hear your guys' point on that.
I'm sorry, could you expand upon?
I got a slightly lost.
So if I were in school district A, right, and school district A sucks because even though there's supposedly standards are so low, nobody gives a shit. And so
right.
school,
you're in Baltimore.
Yeah, but
Right.
school B, which is the next township or county or wherever. I don't understand where you guys everybody has a different nomenclature here. But the next one over, that one is good. And so I falsify some papers and I put my kid in that school because it's better. And then of course now the school system where I'm at doesn't have a smart kid because my smart kid's over here. And it seems to kind of be a refutation of what Tyler was talking about, this guiding standards, but I don't know that it supports Fabian's argument. So I'm really kind of interested in.
I get what you're saying now.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
yeah, there are standards, but like there's just not enough great teachers. There's not enough. Sometimes you have a low income area right next to a medium income area. You just have more money going into that school. Pay better teachers, pay better staff, get better equipment, things of that nature. And that's something, yeah, absolutely. You want to get your kids in a good school. So you look for a neighborhood with expensive houses in it so that you can move into that bitch and those rich people can get your kids a good education. Absolutely. It is not perfect. It's kind of sucks that it is balanced out that way. And I think a lot of the federal government spending is to try to balance that out a little bit. The federal government gives most of their money to these low income schools in order to help bring them up. And that's, again, only a small percent of that money. So it is a problem, and it's one that is trying to be addressed. We have a teacher shortage as well. I mean, that could also lead to it too.
I'm glad that you admitted. I'm glad. Oh, I'm sorry. He wanted my response as well, but I can forgo and leave it.
Yeah,
for the
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'll give you 20 seconds. You can respond. We gotta go to Abby.
I'm happy that you concluded alongside with me that the government does spend most of its money per capita per student in lower income schools. I mean, this just goes to show that throwing money at the problem doesn't actually solve the problem, and that the problem arises from a corrupt monopolistic system of public schooling as opposed to a competitive environment. And that I do think that the people leaving school districts for one or the other showcases that parents are willing to move, potentially even lose their job and have to uproot their entire family and their home just to get their kid in a better school. And this is why we need a competitive market of private schooling as opposed to public schooling.
Oh, wow. All right. Perfect. Thank you so much. I wasn't even on purpose, but that was good timing. All right, Abby, go ahead. Ask your questions. And then once we're done with those questions, we're going to do one more brief open, and then we're going to close. All right, go ahead.
My question was more around the advocacy for, public colleges. And I think I just want clarity around it. So you're saying that we need public schools also because we need public colleges to be able to set the standard for doctors, lawyers, etc. But from my understanding, only 27% of public college graduates even use the degree they go into the field that they get their degree in. So why should we keep that if it's that low of a rate and people are coming out with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of debt?
I don't understand how the two are correlated though. Like, are those people coming out with debt and not using their educations the one that are going into these high skilled jobs? Because I don't see that as the case. I see people going to English lit majors and art majors that end up becoming bartenders and things of that nature. Where if somebody goes in to become a doctor, there's such a demand for doctors right now. Why the hell are you not going to go in there and make $200,000 right out the gate, or a lawyer or something of that nature? A lot of those people are using their degrees in the creative class. But yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of stupid, bad degrees that they make available for people, but that's kind of the free market. If somebody's willing to pay.
Who makes them available? Who makes it available?
Supplier. The college that wants to supply.
It's almost like we have a government program that called the FDIC that gives college loans to anybody for any retarded ass degree, regardless of whether or not it's productive or marketable. And then the taxpayer is stuck with people that don't pay their student loans, and the economy has $1.85 trillion in student loan debt. It's almost like when the government gets involved, what you get is a lot of gender studies, women's studies degrees, as opposed to people going to a bank and saying, hey, I'd like to get a college degree. And they go, gender studies, women's studies, what's your GPA? Isn't this marketable? How are you going to make money?
Fear mongering the anecdote.
Fear mongering. I'm talking about reality.
Throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yes, you're talking about a small percentage. Most people don't even get.
I'm not talking about a small percentage.
Most people pay off their student loans just fine. Something like 90%. Most people
That's
don't have a
only
problem
when you
with it.
calculate people that graduate college. There are a ton of people that start college, get student loans, and then don't finish college and don't even have the degree to show for it.
Okay,
And we were talking about the fact that the overwhelming majority of people do not use their
what I'm
college
saying
degrees.
is,
You can't
this
just
has
slap
nothing to
the
do
word
with the
fear
prompt.
mongering on something and
Yes,
then just
I
say,
can.
therefore, it's wrong.
Yes, I can, because you're trying to use that to invalidate the prompt when all we have to do is change it. We could say you only get the student loan if you
Yeah,
do
if
a
only
degree
we
that's in high
change the
market
prompt,
demand.
then I'm magically right.
No,
No,
if we
I'm
change the program-
showcasing that when the government is involved, the prices skyrocket and that people do
You're
not
saying,
benefit
yes,
from
I
it.
get that. When you're saying when government is involved, it's always bad because potential bad can happen. What I'm saying is we change the program to
saying
only
bad's
give.
happening right
Holy
now.
fuck,
Look
let me get
outside.
a sentence out. I'm saying we change the program so that we only give these fucking these loans to people in high market jobs. That would solve your problem and still not invalidate the prompt. What you're doing
If
is
only
saying,
we
look at that bad
change the
thing,
entire
government
system,
bad,
it'll be fixed.
I win prompt.
Okay,
Yeah, if
all right.
we
Hold on.
make small tweaks to the policy.
All right,
yes.
all right, boys.
That's not going to magically fix the problem.
Commentate, mijo. Commentate. All right. Abby, what else you got?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right. All right, fight. Now fight, bitches. You got 8 minutes.
This is all that's been, is just pick out a problem. So say, there's no other way we can do this besides throw out all the government because there's a problem here, despite the fact that that problem not existing.
That's your argument.
95% of the time. No, that's your point.
That's
Is
your
you're
argument.
saying, look
That's
at this bad
no, hold
thing
on,
happening
pause.
in 5 states. Throw out all of it.
Okay. Yeah, I get that you straw man, and that's your only argument that you've had thus far. But your argument is
Ryan went
that
through
when
the
I
SEL
say
thing and how
let
we're
people
wrong on
have
that.
choice, I wasn't wrong. I was absolutely right, and I bodied you on that. 100%. You were proven to be lying
You
6
shifted
ways from
goalposts to
Sunday,
goalposts
and
to
every piece of
goalposts
evidence
over
I
and
gave
over.
you, you just
And
called
then the
gish
judge
galloping.
came in. The judge came in, was like, actually, you got that wrong. SEL isn't this. And like, you went from like me saying 5 schools are teaching DEI and trans rights to say, look at how many schools are teaching SEL. And then with no proof, shifted to transformative SEL. Just shifted
I gave
to something
tons of
completely
proof. You
different because
called
the
it.
name sounds the same.
I gave
You
tons of
shifted
proof.
over
I get that
and
you
over
want
and
to.
over.
I get that
It
you
was
want to
super
try and
dishonest,
relive
and it has
what you
nothing to
think
do with
is
the
your
prompt.
greatest hits, but you have lied throughout the entire process. So let me
All
move
you've done
on.
is
I've already
shift away
bodied you
from
on
the
this.
topic.
I've already bodied you on this. I have a whole list of things that you're saying that are wrong. So let's go on to another thing that you don't understand. No, I've already addressed everything about psychus, how many
You
states
have
it's in,
not.
what
I've got
transformative
multiple
social
points
emotional
here.
learning is.
I've tried
Yeah,
to
I
bring
get-
up multiple times that you have not addressed. Social
What,
emotional
name
learning has
one.
nothing to
Name
do
one
with
right
it.
now. Name one. Name one point that I refuse to address. Name one. You have
Okay,
them written down.
so
Name one.
I do. I've just scrolled up to them. Relax. So I got. We got to the filibuster of the topic on boom boom. Struggling poor people. What you kept going to was your tax argument. So then I refuted that by showing you the bottom 47%.
I absolutely addressed that.
You did not.
I absolutely addressed that. So
Take
this is
more
another
out of it.
lie.
You're
You say that I
saying-
didn't address it. Hold on, pause. You say I didn't address it.
I haven't
and then
gotten the
I
sentence out yet. You don't even know what my critique is
okay,
yet.
sorry.
I just
yeah,
got
because
2
I
words
remember
out.
you
You're like,
saying
I know
it.
what you're talking
Your
about. Let me
argument is
debunk
this
it.
is a point. Your argument is this is a
you
point
read
I
my
didn't
mind.
address.
You read
No,
my mind like you read the
Oh, so you have
Department of Education's
imaginary
mind,
points you
too.
didn't
Yeah,
say
you
that I
read my
didn't
mind.
address?
So I didn't.
So now I'm.
God, Jesus Christ. Okay, please. Please, for the love of Christ. All right, I got 6 minutes here to yell at each other, but just maybe give each other a little bit of room to talk. All right, you go ahead. And we'll
Yeah,
start
very
anytime.
quickly. You stated that I didn't address points. I told you to name one. Then you started talking about the point, and you wanted me to finish the point. But the problem is I did address that point. And how I addressed that point was specifically you brought up the tax differential and how a majority of these taxes come from the top 20%. And then I specifically started talking about property taxes and how those taxes are passed down to those people and that it's
tax
actually
argument.
disingenuous. So I did indeed address that point.
tax
I talked
argument.
about property taxes. I talked about the fact that there's nearly $1 trillion taken out of the economy. I talked about how individuals that when there's a supply and demand and that this is a subsidy for labor because it forces women and people into the market, that when those people pull out of the market, that those companies will have more money to pay employees, and that price exists, and that wage and labor is has a price mechanism as well, and that companies would be forced to pay more
brought
people.
this
So
stuff in
that's
my first
4
sentence.
different ways I
This
addressed
is
the
already
point
addressed.
that you
This
said
was
I
addressed
didn't
as well.
address the point.
No, this is why you should let me finish the sentence, because I already acknowledged you said this and responded to it with the fact that 47% of the country takes more out of taxes than they pay in. So getting rid of these taxes, somehow saying their lives would get better, and they'd be able to have one parent quit their job and stay at home and teach for their kids, which was the original context, is complete bullshit. And all you're saying is, if we cut taxes for the rich people, their rent is going to come down so much that you could quit your second job. There's nothing back in that. At the end of the day, if you stop doing taxes, they stop getting the benefits from taxes. The first-time homeowners benefits that allow them to buy that house.
I'm glad that you're bringing up specifically why this is white genocide and why this is a destruction and a punishment against the middle class. Because you're absolutely right, is that the current welfare system, which includes public schools, is a subsidy program that disincentivizes parasites, people that do not actually pay money in, but instead of actually paying taxes, their marginal propensity to consume is over 1.0. And that what it does is it incentivizes people to utilize welfare and to take money as opposed to being productive with their labor and gain money. And then if you take away
poverty for at least a year, most of them are people in their 20s that either just graduated school and got married and are trying to buy their first home. Generally, when people are poor and need help is when they're first getting started up, first starting their family.
Yeah, I wonder why they can't afford a home.
That's who this redistribution goes to. I know you don't like the fact that I'm debunking this point, so you want to change to over here. But what you're saying is not true. You're saying poor people.
I'm addressed every time I address your argument. You call it a gish gallop. You refuse to engage with it, and then say that I don't engage with it.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah, that's why you brought up.
No,
something
poverty.
Poverty
is no.
Statement.
I never made that claim. Again, you keep saying that I'm making claims that I never made, and keep lying about what I'm saying. I have never and would never make the claim that taxes are the reason poverty exists. Poverty is the default state of man. Man must work to eat. That is true when Lenin said it, it is true when Jesus said it, and it's true when capitalism says it. It is an absolute fact that in order to be able to gain resources, you need to work to shape your environment by your will to create something
We're
productive.
talking about a specific context of poverty within an economic realm, not the word poverty generally. You're too smart to be this stupid.
What is the context that changes that? Okay, so
we're talking about
an
economic bracket within the country.
Thing. Make the argument. Make the argument. Don't say I'm too smart to be this stupid.
I made the argument. I said it right after. You're changing the context of the word to be from within the confines of this discussion where we're talking about it, the bottom economic bracket in the United States. To poverty is the default of man because if you don't work, you don't eat. We're talking about an economic bracket. They're not default poor.
How does that change anything?
54% of people see poverty mostly when they're young, don't have a just finished education or don't have an education, don't have work experience. Most of them make it to the top 20%
what is your argument?
in the next 2 decades. That poverty is a status of somebody that's trying to enter the workforce, trying to enter the buying market for a home. This is their status because they don't have experience, they don't have skills. This is just a result. You can look at
I don't disagree with any of this. What does this have to do with the concept of welfare in public schools?
That's who is being helped by these
that
programs.
Is not true. That is not true.
Yes.
For two reasons. That's a lie for two reasons.
That's white supremacy.
That's a lie for two reasons. That is a lie for two reasons. Number one, it's a lie because you are differentiating those individuals that move out of the bottom quintile and move into other quintiles. It is not true, though I understand your confusion, to say that most of those people make it into the top 20%. That's not true, but most of those people do indeed move at least 2 quintiles, right? So people that are in the bottom 20% usually end up in the 40 to 60% range, right? The third quintile, not necessarily the top quintile. Nevertheless, that is still 2 different groups of people. There are people that stay in the bottom quintile, and there are people that move out of the bottom quintile. It is absolutely true that when you talk about poor people, usually you are just talking about young people. But what we are specifically talking about is government programs that are given to people in the bottom 20% that utilize things like that. And many of the types of people that move from the bottom 20% to become the wealthiest top 20% are also not the types of people that perpetually stay on programs like food stamps and TANF and fucking unemployment and things of this nature.
You don't stay on certain benefits
just not
that
true.
Young people get. You get a first-time
The recidivism,
homeowner
the
help,
recidivism
and
rate for the
that's
average
it.
person on TANF is that they return to TANF within 5 years. The people that use these programs are the people that stay in the bottom 20% because they create a victim mindset and they create
Can you
problems.
stop filibustering for 1 second and let me respond? You just
Yeah,
filibuster
you
the
got
whole
30
last 5
seconds.
minutes.
You got
Go
30
ahead.
seconds, and then we're going to the closings. All right, 30
That's
seconds.
not what a
Go ahead.
filibuster is, by the way. You don't know what any of
Don't
these
interrupt.
terms are.
Yeah, that's it. I just don't know. Yeah, you're right. So generally, again, 54% of people see poverty, 73% make it to the top 20% within 20 years. These are people drastically moving up. The vast majority of people accessing these plans to buy their first home, to get help with schools, are people that are trying to buy homes, people that are trying to do everything right and don't yet have the skills or abilities to function in the market. Most young people see poverty. Most young people have those ramen noodle years. These are the people that are accessing these programs. These are the people being helped. We've gotten zero evidence that it's white supremacy.
Okay, so if America took all of the welfare programs that it spends money on right now, I'm just responding. If America took all of the welfare programs and redistributed.
Stop for time because we're going to closings. We're going to closings. You know, I said it. You got the 20 seconds. We're going to closings. Don't be mad. I said it. That's what we're doing. All right. Y'all got 3 minutes. Fabian, you get to go first. You got 3 minutes, and then you're going last time because you started. All right. I'm muting you. I'm going to leave you muted, Tyler, and I'm going to mute you while you do the other. And then, judges, after closings, send me who won. And then we're going to go to y'all, and we're going to hear about who won and why. All right. Go ahead, Fabian. You got 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you so much for having me this evening. I have been hyper aggressive because I'm hyper passionate about the theft of $1 trillion, destroying the lives of people all across America, so that they can send children to horrific schools and indoctrinate them into state-based programs that leave them illiterate, uneducated, and full of trauma, whilst their parents spend very little time with their children, leading towards a great mental health decline and a destruction of social ability amongst children. So I'm super passionate about this, and that's why I have to be this way. There was a lot of things I wanted to talk about in this debate, some kind of like unaddressed things. Overall, I reiterate my opening statement. None of that has been refuted. It is obviously true that taxation is theft, that it steals $1 trillion out of the market, and that theft obviously has deleterious economic impacts on everyone. When you steal $1 trillion from the market, that is money that is being stolen from the most valued means, what it is people want to spend money on, and is instead funneled into school programs that are horrific, with teachers that are horrific, with teachers unions that are horrific, and the education says we're getting nothing for it except increased violence and increasingly lower standards in education. And we're losing over the last few decades. We went from one of the most educated and intelligent populations in the world to many countries in Europe, many countries in a few in South America, China and other nations beating us because we just can't keep up when we're stealing so much money. A few of the things that he brought up, one thing that I thought was really interesting that I figured I'd talk about in the closing statement is this concept of doctors. And I think the story of where doctors' certifications come from is actually a great allegory for why government involvement in socialism is such a destructive thing in public education. And, if you don't know the story, I've done some breakdowns on it. Ryan, I think I did one with you and some other people. But the healthcare lodge system was created, and essentially how the story goes of doctors' credentials is that poor people, coal miners, got together and started fraternal organizations to try and collectively get together and say what wages doctors deserved. Instead of trying to negotiate with small doctors' offices, they created organizations. And with those organizations, they were able to get better doctors and better medical treatment for those people. And this really pissed off the rich and the wealthy elite. And so what they started doing is they started petitioning governments and state governments to make these things illegal and to have a certified credentialing system that would be handled by the American Medical Association. And the main reason is that healthcare costs were too low. The biggest complaint that they had was that they were losing money because the poor people were negotiating in a free capitalist market. And so they needed socialism to save them. And the way it saved them was our current doctor shortage today, where doctors do make great money if you go and get an education as a doctor, but they make great money because the AMA artificially keeps us from having enough doctors in our medical field and keeps us unhealthy by utilizing the socialist practices to protect the wealthy elite and to keep the middle class strangled. And so I think that everything that I've said has remained relatively unchallenged, and every point that Tyler made has only supported my arguments.
Thank you so much. 1 second, Tyler. Let me reset this. And you got 3 minutes. Go. Oh, you're muted. I'm sorry. I mean, unmute you. Unmute you. All right. And okay, as soon as you're done, judges, send me who won individually, and then we will go to the results. Go ahead, Tyler, whenever you're ready.
Scott doesn't have a good point there in his closing. Most of his opening statement claims were not refuted because a lot of them were retarded. The school system is racist, bigoted, anti-white, evil, and then he went into a 2-minute monologue about what he knows they're thinking and what he knows their intent is. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to read tea leaves and know their actual intent. So yeah, I didn't address any of that. I went to the actual material arguments, and just like his weren't addressed, mine weren't either. So a lot of them were pushed off to a tax argument. Some of them were addressed. They were pushed off to a tax argument that I'll get to here in a second. So we got a lot of this also was filibustering, completely off topic, skipping things and going into these weird tangents that had nothing to do with anything. So I brought up some economic arguments about having more educated people and a universal standard and things like that. The trade skill dysfunction that will exist that never got touched. It's got skipped over once or twice, but we did go to the tax argument when it did get brought up and somewhat addressed. I talked about how young people are the ones that need help the most, something he admitted to, but then just said, hey, it's still white genocide, and moved on, not really refuting it at all, agreeing to pretty much all of it. When asked about the universal standard in teaching, he said it's a myth that was made up and it's silly, and then brought up the healthcare system. Right now, we have a doctor shortage. We're importing doctors with the J visas at alarming rates. Hospitals are paying people for their education to go in and become a doctor because there's such a shortage on doctors, ER doctors in the ERs. Like, they're begging for more. So if there's someone out there representing doctors saying we need less, like, they're not listening to medical professionals and the government. They're just making shit up. So I would argue that they're not part of the government because the government is bringing in doctors, again, with immigration powers. We didn't get an answer to the rural and poor people, just not having. He just said, oh, it'll be better. They'll all have stuff. Never really told us why. When the rural people will now have schools. Poor people that can't afford it without government handouts in the first place will now have schools. He went back to the tax argument for that. So the tax argument was essentially that if we cut the taxes of where most of this revenue comes from is property taxes in this area. If we cut those people paying property taxes, somehow your rent will come down because their property taxes are cut. But if you cut the landlords, it'll actually come down about 5%. So your rent coming down 5% means your wife can now quit her job that you guys can barely afford to get by and homeschool your kids because the cost of your groceries coming down slightly and this coming down slightly will actually be 50% to your wages at the end of the day. None of that being proven, and most of it falling far short from any math that I try to do. We also heard a lot of baby out with the bathwater. Look at these problems over here that exist in this area. Even the closing argument was, look at the health. We have a rising illiteracy rate. It's at 18% right now. Throw the whole system out. Don't try to fix anything. Don't try to, you just skipped all these steps and never told us why. It's just said that it's evil, it's bad, it's bigoted, throw it out the window. So those skip steps to me were an incomplete argument, and it just never justified why fixing it wasn't better than abolishing it. So I think I kind of took the prompt, but we'll see what the judges say.
All right, thank you so much. Judges, send it in to me. We are going to make some announcements right now, real quick, while they do that. We're going to be having, at the end of this season, we're going to be putting up seasonal rankings for the end of the season rankings. In addition to the all-time rankings, they're going to look pretty much identical, but they're going to branch off separately once the new season starts. And then after the season, we'll have the Grand Prix opening up again. I will need whoever makes the final to send me the ring size of their choosing, or whatever figure they want, so I can have pre-ordered things here for that. It's going to be good times. Unless you all know off the top of your head, do you know what the middle finger average size is? And then I'll just order a couple of those. And that'll be the easiest, Abby might know. You don't know the middle finger size? No. Because failed. You failed me. Jeweler for how long? And you don't know that answer. Yeah, so that's going to be going down. And then, like I said, the Skiz Tech will be debuting the Skiz Tech trophy for the Grand Prix. Let's see. Do I have all y'all's things in here? I'm just waiting on your vote, Abby, on who you think won, and then we'll be good to go. I will say this while waiting for that one. I got them all. I'm going to give y'all a little critique. This is a very big example, in my opinion. I haven't read who won, by the way, yet. I will, just from the the peanut gallery as a modern. This is definitely an example of knowing the prompt, right? And here's the thing, right? Y'all said, should the prompt that was given to me, right? And I put the title, should we have public schools, right? It's very important when we do a prompt in debate, I feel like, for who's the AF and who's the neg, right? Because this one seemed very much like Tyler, even though he was the affirmative, took almost the negative style of a case, and Fabian took a very affirmative style of case. We should have maybe done the opposite, the inverse of this prompt. That's what I'm thinking in hindsight now. But I think that's interesting. Also, Tyler, which is really entertaining. I don't want anybody here to think that be said Tyler's a conservative, even though he's been pushed as a conservative, because he didn't argue any pro-public school things that a conservative would like. He didn't once argue about boosters. He didn't talk about alumni. He didn't talk about teams and sports. He didn't talk about how there's open schools where you can just send kids, and kids go in Texas from one school to another just to play football. That's a big thing. We didn't talk about Texas funding colleges with taxes from the tap instead of doing it from people, the community. There's all these things you could have sold conservatives on, but you argued like a lefty. So I just want to say to people that argue that Tyler has turned red, he's still got some of them lefty tendencies. All right, let me look at who.
I just tried to argue the prompt. Every critique he made, my goal was to say, like, look, this is a problem we can fix, rather than throwing out the system. I was just trying to argue the prompt. I wasn't arguing for the left or the right. Just
that's
to the words on the screen.
That's really funny, because now I've just read the judges, and we'll start with Mr. McLaughlin, because I just read what you sent message to me, and it's almost the exact same thing I just said.
Yeah. This was by the way, this was fun. Thank you guys. Thanks for having me, Gibbs. Thank you guys for bringing the heat tonight. This was a little bit messy because we got way off the prompt like a lot of times, and I think part of that was, Tyler's arguing to maintain the status quo, and Fabian's is arguing to abolish the status quo. So it does actually, in many ways, makes more sense to consider Fabian as having the affirmative position, because that just flows a little bit more easily. This was close in part because you guys spent a lot of time talking about very broad issues that were not necessarily the thing that was the heart of the prompt. I went back and forth. I ultimately gave this one to Tyler, and the reason why, when it came right down to it, is that Scott, you had a lot of details, a lot of passion, a lot of information to share, but the prompt was about abolishing the public school system, and your solution seemed to involve abolishing public schools, property taxes, income taxes, welfare in general, and a whole host of regulations, and I think public property. If I got, I you didn't exactly say that one, but I got into that one.
Yeah, they're all inexorably linked. So to not argue that would actually be to fail the debate. So I respect your position and your opinion on that. I just think it's completely wrong in the sense that obviously, if I am we addressed this, right? You asked me the question, would I need to get rid of these other systems? And then I gave a very detailed response to you as to why those systems are not actually necessary for the abolishment of the public schooling. But it is important to showcase that all of these things are connected. So to isolate it would be to make an argument that doesn't make sense because they are inexorably linked.
Yeah.
So I mean, if it was the other way around, maybe,
Oh, and that's where it gets tricky when you're talking about a systems change that broad, because, like, for example, at the end we were saying, like,
you can't abolish all public schooling but keep all things the same,
right? And we've looked at, like, okay, well, America used to be better at education than Europe, and now we're worse. But no developed nation doesn't have a public school system. So like coming up with even the data to make the comparison is tricky. But I don't want to monopolize the time. I thought I had a lot of fun. Thank you guys for being here. You guys brought a lot of heat, so it's good to be here.
Can I ask a tip? How would you, if you were to argue my position, how would you argue for the full abolishment of public schools, but in order to stay on the prompt, refuse to talk about federal grants or the Department of Education's money or the $1 trillion that is spent on it and how it's funded? Like, do you think you could thread that needle?
It's a really challenging prompt for you, to be honest with you. I think it's a really challenging prompt because when you talk about like what grid was on at the beginning, like should we abolish the Department of Education? That's an easy prompt. Should we abolish, public schooling in general? That's really, really, really hard. And I think that when you're arguing for a change that big, in some sense, even though you don't have the affirmative, you have to be solution focused. Because because the concern is going to be, it's Chesterton's fence, right? Like the conservative's going to think on some level, if he's wrong and we rip this out, we just screw everyone for 30 years, right? So
which is why it would be necessary to do Chesterton's fence, which is exactly what I did in the debate, which is showcase all of the ways that this is wrong, tied to these other systems. So I feel like you kind of answered for me, which is you would have debated it the same way and you agree with me, but you think Tyler won despite agreeing with me.
No. I think I would have been more focused on how to implement a better system and less focused on broad ANCAP theory. Because the problem with broad ANCAP theory is that if the judge doesn't buy broad ANCAP theory, then you're kind of up Schitt's Creek.
All right.
Fair enough.
Let's go to grid.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Ryan a lot. I don't think it was on Discord. I don't think it was on Fabian at all.
On Discord.
On Discord grid.
To provide
he's going.
Grid's
on grid, and I say Tyler won. And he's got a giant penis.
I did
Tyler
not
wins.
say that.
All right, next judge.
I
unmute yourself on Discord.
Disagree with Ryan.
You're still muted on Discord.
You muted yourself on
grid. Holy shit!
I was still muted. I clicked the button, but I didn't unmute. All right, so I'm going to disagree with Ryan because I don't think it was Scott's burden to prove what system to put in place, but just to call out the reasons the system failed. It was on Tyler to say, hey, this is how we keep it, because he's an affirmative. He was the one that said, hey, this is, we should keep this. And he didn't do a good job of that actually at all. As a matter of fact, everything he said was socialism and communism and let's just keep spending money and just keep spending it. We'll just spend it at the state level instead of the federal level. It doesn't matter. It's fine. We don't care. And honestly, he never did actually refute any of the claims that Scott made at all. Which he didn't. I guess in theory, I felt like that Tyler really needed to kind of address Scott's points really pointedly, and if he was going to give solutions, give that solution. It wasn't on Scott to provide a solution at all, other than disassemble the system because it doesn't work, and to prove how it doesn't work, which he did in his opening. He proved how the system is flawed and broken, and that's all he has to do as the negative. So I gave it to Scott. It was close because Tyler was really, really there on a lot of it, except for the socialism and the communism and just keep spending money, and we're just not spending enough money in the right places, which I'm going to always fundamentally disagree with. So. And it's got a hard sell for me to get there.
But this is what I'm talking about, right? You're not a libertarian, though.
I'm not a libertarian. Right. No, I think
See,
Scott's also wrong. I'm not saying it's Scott's wrong.
No. I understand that, but this is what I was saying before we got here, when I was talking about Tyler, when you were arguing this, I if you're gonna sell this to a conservative, I don't know, I would have maybe used indifferent. It's kind of what you kind of went with oh, these are things that are lefty. Now that
I'll tell you, school vouchers. He should have talked about school vouchers and how you can pick your own school. He should
talk about vouchers.
Huh?
He did talk about vouchers. He said
expanded to brushed through it. He just blew through it. It wasn't like
he did brush through it.
He was too busy arguing for these the expansion of just spend more money. We just need to spend. We're just not obviously doing it enough. So he could have talked more about school vouchers. He could have stayed more on the idea of, and he did say actually, and where he almost got me was he did say, "Hey, I want get rid of the federal portion and just keep it to the states." I would have agreed with that, but the problem is that now he never did answer how that. When you have a poorer state or a more rural state like Montana, how they're going to how he's going to equalize the education for someone in Texas or Tennessee or any of these other places. Didn't address that. It was his burden to because he's the one saying that the public school system should exist, and I don't. So I don't believe it. I also believe Scott's wrong. I think Scott is fundamentally his argument was fundamentally flawed in the fact that he kept saying that we tear the whole thing down and there's nothing. And he did provide some small accolades, but again, it wasn't actually his job to say how we would fix it. It was just his job to say, it's broken. This is why I think we should get rid of it because I'm on the negative. And he did a good job of that part. Although I don't actually I fundamentally have disagreements with some of the things he said because he's an ANCAP.
Because I'm right. And you know it.
Because you're white.
Let's go to
Feel it in your soul.
Yeah, Tyler, did you want to respond to that real quick before we go to
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there was definitely like every critique he brought up. My strategy there was to downplay it, to say you're using hyperbole, you're fear mongering, this and that. The only one we actually dove into was student loans.
You shouldn't have done that. It made
that
your
was the
argument look
tactic
weaker.
to say. But that's the thing. It's like to say that these things aren't as bad as you're making them seem. They don't live up to the standard of throwing this out the window. This is an ideological argument.
Sure,
we can just go and fix the thing.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me get the whole point. That was my point. So we actually dug into that at one point, and we dug into that on student loans. And I said, if we change the policy this way to get rid of the thing you're complaining about, we've now fixed the problem you're bringing up, and we don't have to throw the entire system out. I gave him a direct solution to one of his critiques.
I guess the problem is when you say something like fear mongering and all of that, that's not an argument. That doesn't address what he's talking about, and it doesn't resonate with me. As a matter of fact, I just kind of discount the whole point because to me, it's nonsense. It's not an argument.
Well, that was why we went down rabbit holes. Like there was what I was saying. He was saying the schools taught X, Y, and Z. And I said only like 5 schools were actually teaching trans and gender stuff to the degree where people
Scott really enjoyed you saying
that was the fear mongering.
He enjoyed you doing those things.
That was
the fear
mongering.
Yeah, it burned up your time, and he didn't have to say anything.
That was the fear mongering, and then I'm just saying. After that, I turned around and explained what I meant by it. Is that you're saying this is happening in a couple really left-wing states, not the country generally. This is why it's fear-mongering. This is why it's hyperbole. This is why it's this. So I did try to give those arguments. I thought I made quite a few.
I think you were wrong on the fear-mongering one to a certain degree, and I think I showcased.
Yeah, it's just buzzwords.
But nevertheless, I think you have to be. I would say you have to be careful about using debate bro terms or logical fallacies, right? If they're wrong, right? Because and you have to be careful about sprinkling them in too much, or you end up looking like Destiny, right? Like you end up looking like you're just dismissing an argument as opposed to engaging with the argument. I think I think the fear mongering thing would have sold actually really well if you weren't saying filibustering when I wasn't filibustering, or gish gallop when you know that's not actually what a gish gallop is, because a gish gallop is when you make several arguments in a row so that the person is incapable of addressing the first, second, third argument and only left with the fourth argument.
Yeah.
Right. Like if you'd have been like, dude, if you'd been like, oh, well, let me address it, right? And then you'd save the fear mongering in the pocket, it would have made me look crazy. Right or wrong, right? But instead, you had already prefaced this by making the claim that I'd made like 7 different logical fallacies that I didn't.
Well, that's what
I would say. Hold those in your pocket.
Accurately. But yeah, I do think it maybe a few months, but they were labeled. Filibustering is that where you just kind of take up time talking.
We can do this in a debate.
Filibustering is when you say something. I'm just saying filibustering isn't that.
We're gonna time
even if you were right, I'm just saying, even if you were right on all of them, if you say it too much, people get weary of hearing those terms in general.
You guys can't respect the time limit even after the debate's over.
I'm weary now, and so we're gonna go to Abby. You're gonna tell us who won and why, because it's now the decided vote.
Well, first of all, yes, thank you for having me. I gave it was close. It was close because I kind of flipped back and forth between like who sold me, right? And strictly sticking to the prompt. And I ultimately gave it to Scott. And it's because he did sell me, right? It was one of those, and it really did boil down to what you guys were just talking about. It felt as though during the debate, you weren't really contending with his points, you were just dismissing them. So, and it felt very like kind of dismissive. He'd make a point, and it seemed as though he was kind of contending back with yours. And I just felt that he stood his argument a little bit better for giving many examples as to why we should kind of scrap it and start over. Maybe form a different system. And like Grid was saying, it wasn't really his wheelhouse to be able to provide that other system just for reasons why the current system isn't working. And he was able to provide lots of, reasons why it wasn't working. And instead of kind of contending with his reasons for why this thing isn't working, it was dismissed kind of entirely. I think when it boils down to, yes, if you can take the position of change whatever you want, but that doesn't mean we have to get rid of it. It's almost arguing from utopia, right? Well, I'll just concede on whatever you want to change, we'll change it, right? But that doesn't mean we need to get rid of it. It was a hard one, but I ultimately gave it to Scott.
Yeah, that's very good. It's good. We very close one. Based on our competitors, looks like Fabian's going on to the finals of our season, and to face the winner of our lawyer off playoff side, which is going to be Lactoid versus Pentuple. So we'll see who the better lawyer is in the debate world. And then maybe one day we can get Mr. Malawi in here to come beat up on one of them as well. That'll be good. So that's going to conclude.
I'll have to go get my EMF belt.
Yeah. It's the good. Yes, that's a good reference. I didn't.
Next time I judge, I don't want it to be two people I like. I need it to be one person I really don't like, and then another person I really don't like.
Yeah. Well, that's
that'd be easier.
Yeah. That's it's better.
It's tough, man, because I was like, I was kind of rooting for Tyler, but
yeah,
that's rough. Yeah, well, maybe one day we'll teach Tyler what it's like to be an actual conservative. He's coming to us slowly. We'll get him all the way.
Yeah, we'll pull him in. We'll pull him in.
Yeah.
Did he freeze?
So, but yeah, this is good. He's but I know people gotta go. I'm going to wrap this up. We're going to rate out. Thank you so much for everybody being a part of this. We're going to rate out to an old Halo friend. And since they're live, and they're never live, and we're gonna rate out to them. But thank you all so much for being here. I don't know when the exact next semifinal bracket's gonna be, but tomorrow is gonna be the next show at 7:00. So tune in then, guys. And this has been long enough. Find everybody where to find them. We'll post links in the descriptions. Thank you all so much. Any last comments from anybody? Are we good to go?
Yeah, Scott. I mean,
good. Don't care.
Scott did well, but Tyler needs an American flag background. Somebody take up a collection. He's in Texas now.
Yeah, no, he needs a Texas flag. Remember, Texas first.
Maybe.
And then the rest of the United States.
Gun show.
It's the United States.
At the gun show.
Yeah, the United States is Texas and there's 49 bitches. Just so y'all know.
Hot, dude. Studio lights get hot.
Yeah.
With a green
screen.
All
right, we're out. There you go.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Adios.
That was rough. And then there were two. That was rough, man. I like both.
I've been gone, man. I had to come back with the heat.
I kept trying to lead Tyler into this kind of like place where I thought.
You're still live on my end, by the way.
Yeah, I'm still live here.
Okay, I like to let people know.
Yeah, I was trying to lead him into this, something where I thought that he could get over on you, but he was just really stuck in that one one vein. So
I mean,
it's easy when you're not the affirmative.
I mean, let's be honest. I gave some bait. I gave some bait in my opening and closing statements.
You did. You did.
I mean, the proposition was we ought abolish public schools. So I mean, I was the affirmative, technically speaking. Right. It's just it feels weird when the affirmative is against the status quo. Is really the issue. Right. You know what I mean? Like, so I was the affirmative, but I wasn't the position that the affirmative would typically take, because usually the affirmative is maintaining the status quo, and the negative prompt is against whatever the status quo is.
Yeah. Well, he
right. So I have but even still, my prompt is we ought abolish, not we ought abolish, and I have the utopic system that will replace it.
Right. It was weird that it kept coming down to this idea of, well, what do we replace it with? Like, I even asked him, like, would it surprise you if the grades have gotten worse since this has happened? Right. Like, this is, physical fitness has gotten worse. There were so many different ways I could have taken it if I were arguing it. It was like, well, what good is public school? If this is a reality that we're living in. And historically, I would have destroyed. I would have.
I mean, what do you replace it with?
What I would replace?
I was just gonna say, like, I agree.
So
with
I'm
you.
not an ANCAP, so I would replace it with a either a completely private system that could still be regulated. Private schools are regulated. They can't just do willy-nilly whatever they want, right? They're still regulated. And I think, I guess where I come out on this is, I know that the Department of Education spends so much money, and it's very little of it actually goes to the schools. Most of the money they get is spent in what they consider administrative and enforcement. And that's stupid. Like, it's just another regulatory agency. So then, all right, so now do we have state schools? Well, states all have a Department of Education as well. Just because I said Department of Education doesn't mean that. Honestly, I thought it was very funny that every time I said that, Tyler would immediately say, well, we're not, just go ahead and debate and get rid of the federal Department of Education. But that was okay. I kind of let that one go, because at that point it didn't matter. I'm not the one debating him. But even state Department of Education, same
it was fun.
thing.
I was happy to see you again.
Yeah.
It was. I was glad to see you again. I had some health issues, but also some family stuff I can't talk about because it's not my stuff, right? I talk about my stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Other people's stuff, but I had to come back with
you
the
were
fire.
taking care of your mom.
I came back.
Yeah, so I knew that you were taking care of your mom. Or something.
Yeah.
And my mom, my mom's been back over Christmas, like literally like the day before Christmas Eve. My mom we had to take my mom to the hospital because she apparently had at some point in the previous couple of days like a mini stroke, or a couple. And
a small ischemic.
It showed up, right? And so we don't know obviously when it exactly happened. So she spent Christmas in the hospital, and then she's kind of better, but then I was all set to put her in a assisted living or something like that. And my brother and his wife and a longtime family friend convinced me to back off of that position and to let her try and stay in her home by herself, with just people coming by occasionally to check on her. And then, of course, earlier this week, the nurse went by. She had like super low blood pressure. It looks like she may not be taking her medication the way she should, and all of that. And so it never ends right now. But between the kids, my mom, my brother, his wife, and everything else, man, I've been busy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what
And
it's
launching
like.
a new channel.
No offense at your age. Oh, that's right. You do have a new channel. Pimp your channel real quick.
Gun Prattle. Gunprattle.com or .net is the website, and Gun Prattle on YouTube at Gun Prattle.
Nice, dude. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's just comes part and parcel of
Getting
that
old,
age.
right?
It's gonna be rough, man, in with my generation. Because my generation is just full of one child families,
Mm-hmm.
and people are in for a rude fucking awakening here soon. Like they don't understand just how bad the population decline is, because there's a lot of kids, a lot of men and women in their 30s now, and in 10 years they're going to be doing a lot of taking care of their parents, and there's not going to be 4 brothers and 3 sisters to chip in on this shit. It's going to be 1 or 2 kids, you know what I mean? And one of them's a fuck up and one of them's, has their shit together. And it's going to be rough on our country. And like this socialism shit with welfare, it's in for, cause it's not the money, man. It's not the money. As much as the money is huge and the money is a growing problem because new generations aren't replacing it, you can't replace with immigrant labor the need for a parent to be taken care of by their children when they have no kids or they only have 1 kid.
Well, man, I got to tell you, there's so many layers to this, right? So like my youngest brother, who my parents more or less trained or groomed or whatever you want to call it, they had him, he was going to be the kid that took care of them in their old age, right? Like he was the one, he was the youngest and he stayed at home the longest. And even when he moved out, it was into a house that they owned, and he did everything with my parents. He helped them feed the animals. He did, he was over there every day. Where my brother and I were, the middle brother and I were always doing something else. And my youngest brother passed away 7, 8 years ago now from alcohol poisoning. He killed himself, basically drank himself to death, and organ failure. So
yeah, my grandfather did something very similar. I mean, it was just, it was a slow death.
Yeah. He was my half brother. He was the youngest of us. And so now it's just me and my brother, he's got his family. He's got his, he works, he's a welder. I mean, like, he's not like me. He's only a year younger, but he won't ever retire. He won't ever be able to. He just doesn't make that kind of money. So, and his wife can't, as a matter of fact, so they had this whole scheme that they sold me on back in December about how they were going to be able to, she was going to be able to just take a lot of time off of her job or quit her job and take care of my mom and go down there and stay for a couple of days at a time and blah, blah, blah. Well, 5 weeks in, none of that's happened. My mom's already been in the emergency room, earlier this week or last week. And now we're, she's, thankfully she's fine. But now I'm sitting here going, I said this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen. I went along with you guys because I wanted to believe it, right? You want to believe it. But now I'm going to have to, we've got to get a hold of her doctor and get her approved for in-home health care, because I still think she can stay at home, but she has to have somebody come by in the morning, make sure she takes her meds, make sure she eats, make sure she drinks enough water. And then the same thing.
Yeah.
And the same thing in the evening, right?
My grandma was kind of in a similar position. I went over and it was like her house is just super gross, right? And it's like, it's nothing against her. She's a smoker.
Right.
She smokes in the house. She's got dogs, and she doesn't have the physical capacity to clean in any real meaningful way, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And like she had somebody coming over, and they were just like, the house was gross, it smelled like cigarettes. And then like there was just guns and like bullets everywhere or something. And it like made the lady nervous and she didn't want to come over. And it's like, and it was just like, I was like, all right, well, obviously I got to clean this place up. Right. Yeah. So it's kind of funny because I was like cleaning up, and that meant like pulling everything off the shelf, taking it to the sink, washing and cleaning the things on the shelf, putting things in boxes, wiping off books. Like it was a whole process
and everything
to clean just like one room.
Mhm.
Right. It's got nicotine too, so it's like
Yeah,
nicotine and
yeah,
dog hair and dust combined. Yeah, and so I'm going through stuff, and then I found this bracelet, and I was like, "Oh, this is a nice bracelet." And she goes, "Oh, I had forgotten where that was. I'm so glad you found that." And I was like, "Oh, what's that?" And she's like, "Oh, it was like some Native American guy from like the 1910s or whatever that made famous jewelry, but he made this for himself. And your grandfather, because my grandpa knew a lot of natives, because he was one of the people they sent out to Alaska to like survey, because we didn't know what the fuck we had purchased."
Yeah.
Right. So he was like he had like degrees in like forestry and like forest fires and stuff.
Yeah.
And he fought forest fires in Alaska to try and like keep them from like in conjunction with the Canadians to keep them from spreading into Canada. So it was like a joint task force of like these huge forest fires out in the middle of nowhere. And he was like, apparently he'd been gifted it as like, you know, like some friend to the tribe or something. And like they were bored, and my grandpa went to take like some stuff to like the antique roadshow type thing or whatever. And like none of his Civil War stuff was really worth any money. Like it was all just normal.
Yeah.
You know, it was like, this is normal shit.
Cool, right?
There's no great finds here. It's cool stuff, right? And then like the antique, somebody came from like another booth and was like, "Can I see that bracelet?" And she was like, "Yeah, sure." It was a gift from, he was like, "I know exactly who it was from. Like he only made like 6 of these, like handcrafted, like native silver with these turquoise. It's like, this is worth like, last time one of these went on auction, this was like $40,000-$50,000.
Wow.
And so like, I like knew that story, and I was like, that's cool. That's crazy. And he has one that was made for himself that doesn't have like the signature, but it's like very obviously from that guy. And he has like a photo with him, like when he's elderly in like in the late 60s, early 70s somewhere. And I just was sitting there. I was like, such a cool story. But also I was like, dude, if I lost a bracelet worth $50,000, I would be panicking. Like,
Right.
I was like, I would be like losing my shit until that was found. And I just thought it was kind of interesting. She's kind of just chilled out, and I don't know. It's kind of sad. I wish she was doing better, but it is what it is. So
Yeah.
But it's the same situation. I'm trying to clean up the house, so there's not like bullshit and disgusting shit, but also not like my grandpa's like guns and bullets just like strewn about on tables and shit. So somebody can come in and not be all like fucking offended and freaked out. You know what I mean? Because I get it. Some liberal nurse lady comes in, and some random grandma's got like just unkempt, covered in gross shit guns everywhere. Like, that, I mean, like, I get why that would freak you out. You know what I mean? They're not properly stored. They're not being maintained. You know, that's got to get done. And so it's like, that's been something else I've been doing, is just like going and trying to get her place
Never a dull
straight
moment
so that
for
she
Scott.
can get somebody to come back. Yeah. But I just thought that was such an interesting story of like, you just like lost it and you were cool with that. That's fucking insane to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've been dealing with that. I've been launching the new channel. I've been traveling. I went to SHOT Show. I've been just busy, man. And I noticed that you hadn't been on as much and things like that, but I assumed that it was like family or, you know, things that.
Yeah. I'm back. I'm back.
So
I'm back, boys. Don't you worry. I'll be on Prime's thing tomorrow. I don't even know what we're debating.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be on Prime's thing tomorrow. I didn't stream Friday or Saturday because I had my son brought home like some weird crud, and it didn't really affect him that much, but it started. I started having a sore throat, and I was like, "Uh-oh," and then I like the postnasal drip and
I got toddlers. I've been getting everything.
Oh,
Every new thing, one of them brings it to me because I got an autistic son.
Yeah,
and like he licks everything. You know what I mean? Like they don't have the same standard of hygiene, man.
Right.
Of other, you know what I mean? Like, so he'll just go and he'll be like, what's that? You know, like, and he'll be like, hey, stop that. You know, like, but like new shit, like he'll just pick up shit and put it in his mouth, chew on it and whatnot.
Crazy.
And so he gets everything, and then everybody gets everything because he's got it.
Yeah.
So I feel you on that.
Yeah. So my 15-year-old brought this home, and he has a habit of I'll have a soda or something out, and he'll take a drink of it just randomly, just because he's, because he's a kid.
He's comfortable. He loves you. He's a kid.
Yeah, right.
They don't think about that shit.
Yeah, and so
that's a wonderful problem to have, by the way. Right? You have a 15-year-old that's not weird about shit. I mean, I get you don't want to get sick and you drink after him. You're like, what the fuck? But I just mean, like, that's such a blessing, dude.
Yeah.
So many people. I mean, I get my kids every other weekend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, dude, that's such a blessing.
I can't really
enjoy
complain
being sick
about any of that stuff with my kids. My kids are, so obviously my wife and I are still married, and we just had we got a 5-year-old, man. I had a kid at 50. Like, that's banging right there. That's baller. That's how you know you're a baller right there.
That's banging. Phrasing, sir.
Right. It definitely was. And but and so my 5-year-old is awesome and just super cool kid. Dude, it's so weird how you forget so much of the stuff when they're little. And like we every day I take him to because we're we've got him in pre-K right now, and he's been accepted into all of the really cool magnet or charter schools that we have here. And so you got to, and it's like all the other parents are jealous because they're waitlisted, and they get into one, and we got into all three, and they're just like, I'm like, well, hey man, it's my kid. What do you expect?
What do you want?
What do you expect?
You know what I mean?
Excellence is expected.
Yeah.
Right? And so
Hell yeah,
I
dude.
take my kid to pre-K, and he's like, hug before I leave. And then I'll pick him up and hug him, and he'll like, another one? And I'm like, all right, yeah, you get another one. And a lot of times he'll be like, more. And I'm like, no, you got to go to pre-K now. And he's just, he's a good kid. He's a really good little, but 5-year-olds by and large are terrorists. You can never forget that. So he is a terrorist, but so he's really cool.
Mine were pretty good.
My 15-year-old and I, we went out today, and he shot sporting clays in the freezing cold. And I'm like, I'm not even sure I'm not sick still. And we're out here shooting, and he's like, yeah, well, it's what we do. So,
well, hell yeah, man. Get back to it, brother.
Yeah.
I'm going to hop out of here.
All right, man. You have a great rest of your night, man. I know I'm a boring old dad dude, so that's what's up. But
I'm a boring old dad dude, just not quite as old as you.
There you go. You will be.
My audience is all Gen Z, man.
Yeah, it's true. Mine, I don't even know my audience.
I get nothing but I get called boomer every day.
I have range in my audience, which is great. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be on. I was shocked that Tyler said he had to go to bed, but I think he has like a real job now. He doesn't get to work from home anymore. So sucks for him.
Yeah. Well, sorry, sucks to be you.
Yeah.
Maybe if you didn't have a real job, you could win some more debates.
Congrats on the win, but it was so close. It really boiled down to I just didn't think that Tyler really addressed anything other than just, okay, take the federal government out of it, whatever. And it was just like, and he didn't actually give a reason why it needed to exist other than regulation. There's so many other things he could have said.
I'm biased as fuck, but I don't think that was close at all. I think I absolutely bodied that every step of the fucking way.
But
just Tyler outro segment, and he didn't address this. And I'm like, I addressed that. Here's the 3 arguments I addressed it with. And then he didn't address this. I'm like, I addressed that. Here's the 3 arguments. Bro was living. Y'all live in a fucking fantasy land. Y'all think that shit was close. I'm out. I destroy. Like, if I had won like a landslide, I'd have been like, yeah, that makes sense. If I'd have won close, I'd been like, all right, whatever. If I'd have lost that, I'd have been like, yo, I was smoking crack. Because I'm gonna make some clips out of that. I bodied him so good.
I was really surprised that Ryan thought that Tyler won, and especially for the reasons that he gave. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, why did you bring up the economy or other things? I'm like, I don't know, because they're tied to the entire abolition.
Yeah.
What are we going to abolish public schools, but we're going to keep the property taxes designed to fund the public schools?
Yeah.
And I even answered that. I was like, okay, but like, here's how taxation actually works. It's about government spending, not necessarily government taxes. et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And I talked about, and then Tyler's just like, what are food prices going to be slightly cheaper? And I'm like, you add $1 trillion to the U.S. economy. You tell me what that does to the grocery store prices. You're fucking insane.
Well,
if you think that's not going to have a massive effect on wages, to add $1 trillion, you think that's not going to affect poor people?
Well, it looks like that. That Trump is actually like able to prove that he's helping the economy, and I need to dig into it more. But it's pretty interesting.
Only because the base Supreme Court is getting rid of tariffs. Let's go. Let's go.
I don't think they're getting rid of them. They just said he can't do them the way he was doing them. I think he's got other ways. I thought that
anyways,
to be honest, I thought the tariffs were really working. It's really hurting China. It's like really, really hurting China right now. So, which is the goal. I mean, it was the goal of the tariffs. So,
I mean, how is it hurting China when they're stealing our Olympic athletes? Okay, what are you talking about?
Oh my God!
China #1. China have gold medal. Oh, sorry, several silver medals or some shit. I don't know. I don't really care.
They were like. It was funny because I saw that meme today about how this American-born Chinese girl competed for America, and this other one competed for China because she was paid a lot of money.
That is. I said I would go, all right, and I'm lying now. One more thing before I leave. That has been so interesting because I've had time to just like fuck around and look at the internet because I've been doing other shit and not streaming. That has been the most fascinating thing to me. It has been that the right is capable of adopting someone because she represents the United States of America. She reps our flag. And she's a champion, and she's doing it with a smile on her face. And the left has been completely incapable of understanding how that makes sense to the right, because it's very clear that she's probably a little liberal wokey. Yeah. But like nobody on the right gives a fuck because she's repping our flag and she's doing great things. She's got a big smile
in this,
and we don't give a fuck about her being an immigrant either because her dad was a fucking anti-CCP guy and she was born here in America. Like, and they're like, but she's one of ours. And the whole right has been like, we don't care so long as she reps our nation and smiles and puts on a great show and is a great performer. And it's just been, fascinating. Right. And she won gold. Right. And it's just been fascinating to watch the left not be able to grapple with the openness of right-wing people.
Well, it's
because they value themselves as being open.
Right.
When really they're the closed-minded people.
They are the most closed-minded, yeah. So, and it's, it's funny. My son is, obviously my son's American Chinese mix. And so we're watching this video. We're watching like Pearl Harbor, the movie with Ben Affleck and somebody else. And he is such an American dude that he's watching it. He looks over and, Dad, they're killing our boys. It's like,
is he American or is he just adopted Japanese racism from his mother? I mean, because if you really think about it, he's got two different reasons to hate China from mom and dad. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, I know about Unit 731. I know what those people did.
Yeah. Well, he's, he's been to Japan. I don't think he doesn't have anything against him, but he's, I don't know, man. He's like American dude. Like, he doesn't identify as
I was just
Chinese.
joking.
I get it, but it's weird because he does not identify as Chinese American or American Chinese. He identifies as American. I'm American, right? And I just think that's really interesting because I deal with people on here all the time that are like, "Well, I'm Nigerian American." Like, what? Like what? Anyway,
it's like, do you not understand what America is? America is like, as much as I hate when the left says it because they mean something totally different, we're a nation of immigrants, man. Like, you know what I am? I am part Lebanese, part black, part French, part Scotch Irish, part other random mixtures of white.
So you can be
I'm
racist
American.
in every country.
I'm American.
Yeah,
dude. I'm American. Like, that's what I am. I am a hodgepodge of random shit. I'm descendant from black slaves on both sides of my family. I've got Middle Eastern Lebanese, they're basically the whites of the Middle East because they were the Christian Lebanese that fled, before when shit started getting bad in Lebanon, right? And the rest of me is just different random white settler shit.
Yeah.
Right? Like what the fuck am I supposed to identify with Scotch Irish and be like, I'm actually Scottish. That's no, dude, I'm fucking American.
Yeah.
I'm as American as apple pie, which is something we stole from the Dutch.
Yeah, of course we did. Yeah, I think it's really
That's what we do. We mix shit up and steal it. Fuck yeah.
We improve it and then we say it's ours. Yeah, it's interesting. I got to be honest, man. I think that the left has lost their damn mind. I don't know if you caught the debate the other night. Is the Democrat Party imploding or going away or dying or whatever it was. And I smoked all those fools. They weren't ready. The only thing they could do was say Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. And I'm like, no, who cares? That's not the prompt. The prompt is your party dying? Obviously it is, because you can't, even the New York Times is saying that your war chest in New York City for midterms, the Republicans, who always have less money than the Democrats, have like $50 million more than the Democrats. Like that's insane.
They funneled it into Virginia.
Is that what it is? The Democrats,
yeah.
The
DNC funneled a fuck ton of money in Virginia to get
stole it.
A spam burger.
Yeah, and I mean you're probably right. And in the last election, in the presidential election, you have more groups that typically vote Democrat, and that's Hispanics, blacks, atheists. All of the groups that historically vote Democrat, huge chunks of them moved right. And they're continuing to move right. Now, I'm not going to say that they're conservative. And I actually they were trying to get me on Trump at one point. They're like, if Trump moves the needle, it's Trump that's popular, not conservative. I'm like, no, Trump's a Democrat. I mean, nobody likes Trump. He's just the best we could get. That he was the closest thing to a conservative that we could get and get elected. Like we all know that, right? Like when he says something that's leftist or Democrat, that a blue dog Democrat would say, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised that anybody else is surprised. Like why are you guys treating him like he's a conservative?
If you're surprised, they have pause. Just talk to a random Gen Z male. That's it. Just they don't get it. They have no idea what's coming for them. Like one of the things I saw was like CNN and other people were talking about how Gen Z males, Trump has low approval rating with them, and they're like, see, it's swinging back, and it's like, oh, you don't get it. He's got low approval rating because the Gen Z males are like, you're not good enough, you're not right wing enough, you're not pro-white enough. That's why he's lost approval with Gen Z males.
Right.
It's like, no, you don't know. Like they have no idea the story. I've been trying to fucking ring the warning bells, man. It's like, I have been saying over and over again, and people don't get it. And they just pass up. Like even tonight, like I had 2 goals tonight. I had a goal to prove the prompt. And I had another goal, which is to try and ring the alarm bells that like this entire system is targeted towards the destruction of young white males in this country. Like young white males in this country are looking at a welfare state that supports women, and that these women are only dating older men because older men have the wealth and the assets, because they have been gatekept from property ownership, starting businesses, etc. And these boys are fucking mad, and it's not going to be pretty when they start gaining more power.
Funny you say that, because I've been saying this for a long while, like long before I ever started a show or anything like this. But what's interesting to me, looking out at it, is you do have a bunch of young men who are angry in that very way. But it's not just that they're angry about it; it's that they know why, right? They understand the why. They know that it's not because they're bad, that it's not because they're not educated, it's because for decades the most discriminated person on the planet was a white male American. Like you just You were going to be discriminated against, and you were, and there was nothing you could do about it. And my generation, you would not say anything about it, right? Like it just wasn't done. And when you get your generation, probably the same thing. Like you didn't really, like you would have been laughed out of your school if you stood up and said, this is, you guys are favoring these other ethnicities and races. And what about me? Why does my life have to suck? And yet that's exactly what's happening right now. And people don't like it. That's why look at Nick Fuentes. Who's an idiot.
I mean, Nick Fuentes he's an idiot. He's an idiot. But he's one of the few people that was willing to say it early on.
Loud. He says it out loud.
And it's I watched the old racist guy that is from the most racist town in America. And I think there was a black content creator that did some stuff with him. He's actually a good sport, but he's very racist. And there was some white girl identitarian Nazi type or something was talking to him, because I watch everything, and this is something that just generally baffles the left, because it's you're not keyed in on what's going on because you're afraid to watch it. Hilariously enough, you're literally afraid to watch Nazi content. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I want to know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
Right. And he goes, and the young girl, she was like, maybe we should raise the voting age. And then he looked at her and he said, you don't have a clue what's going on right now. He's like, Gen Z, I call him Generation Zyklon. I was like, oh, and then it was some edit or something. It was a hilarious edit, but I was just like, he's not wrong, dude. It's he's not wrong. People do not get you guys have been screaming about fascism for 30 fucking years, about anything that doesn't go your way of socialist left-wing anti-white government control. It's dude, there are real fascists and they're gaining steam because they'll burn down everything to fix what's going on. Because what the fuck, if I'm 22 and I can't get a date despite being an average guy, and if I do, it's with some whore, right? And the girls that are nice girls are checked out, or if they are engaged, they're dating 30-year-olds with a house, right? And I'm trying to start a business, but the taxes are too big. And I tried to go to a good college, but I couldn't. I had to go to a state school despite having better grades than everybody else despite being valedictorian, right? And having extracurriculars, because the color of my skin isn't good enough to go to a good university. And I can't get the right connections because I don't have the right skin color. And I know that I can't start a business with my new degree, even though I went to go get a bachelor's in business from a state school, because the taxes are crazy. But I hear that if only I was black, I could get a fucking loan from HUD and another loan from this place and another loan from that place. So I can't meaningfully start a business, and I got to go get a shitty cubicle job somewhere. And I know that I'm not going to get any pussy. I'm not going to be able to really connect with people. The dating apps are going to fuck me. I can't get a house. And every year I watch the average age of the first-time home buyer go up. It's now 40. The average first-time home buyer is now 40 years old.
Yeah. Well,
I I won't vote for a Nazi to burn the whole fucking thing down because he's the only one saying that my people are the ones getting fucked? You're goddamn right I would if I was that guy.
Yeah. Well, you look at, and I look at my son's friends, and they're starting to think about voting. They're starting to think politically. They're 15, right. 16. And they're far more conservative than I was at that age, for sure.
Yeah. The church attendance is higher in Gen Z than it is in millennials and Gen X.
Is higher. They're polite. They're polite. And they're
I think you might just have a good kid with good friends, though.
Well, that's true. But even the kids that aren't like one of the kids that we shoot with, he's super polite. Just random kids will be.
That's the new rebel. That's the new rebel.
Oh yeah,
right. Like Gen X, and even millennials, rebellion was rebellion against the boomers and the parents, and rebellion against order and structure, right? Gen Z's form of rebellion is to adopt authoritarian order again, to adopt politeness, to adopt social shame, to adopt social control of each other, to make sure people.
Well, this
behave.
is Gen Alpha,
Like,
I think they're considered Gen Alpha, but I think you're
is
right.
15-year-old Alpha now? I think they're on the cusp.
Yeah, I think that. Well, anyway, so but his group, I mean, they care about like they're like in his segment, like young men's fashion is like.
Yeah. At the very like, beginning, 15 is the max age for Alpha.
Yeah, they're really it's like the fastest growing category of like TikToks and stuff that they're watching is like young men's fashion, like how to dress, what you should look like, what is what looks like crap, and it may be because they want pussy. I mean, let's just face it, they're getting to that age where they're like, hey, girls are cool.
That's literally anything that motivates a 15-year-old.
Right. And but it's also
my little brother.
But also
I have a little brother.
Like, yeah. I also think that it's these guys are, they look around at these people, these fuckers with like, massive tents for t-shirts and baggy ass pants with holes in them or paint all over them and green hair or hair that's 5 colors and long and just scraggly looking. And they're just like fucking hippies. And my kid will literally be like fucking hippies. like a jaded Korean War veteran. Goddamn hippies. That's exactly like fucking hippies. I'm literally right, my son will say,
I gotta get out of here.
Fucking hippie. All right, man. Go be a hippie.
That's fucking hilarious, man. I'll be on the panel tomorrow with Prime and I'll see you around, dude.
If it's a good prompt, I'll see if I can make it, but I've got a bunch of stuff to do tomorrow, so I may be racked out. So
all right, brother.
All right, man. See you.
Peace.
Banging. Armored hippies. That's right. It's armored hippies. All right, everybody. For those of you who stayed with me, man, it's been a great show. I enjoyed it. I think Tyler is probably going to feel betrayed. He's probably going to blame me for him losing that, but unfortunately, that's just the way it is. I think Ryan was too nice giving it to Tyler, but that's all right. Yeah, it's true. The cream must rise. The girls are into Bridgerton, Game of Thrones, Mad Men, Peaky Blinders, all of that shit. Dudes go where the girls are looking. So that's how that works out. Guys, it's been a great show. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to get to bed early. I've got a long day tomorrow. I will try and make it on tomorrow night, but I doubt it. So you may not see me again till Wednesday afternoon. We're going to do probably gun prattle. We're probably going to do a gun prattle that might be on Kick. So if you're not subscribed to the Kick, you need to do it. And and you should always be in the Discord with the alerts on so that when I make the announcement for the show, you get it. You guys have been great tonight. Really appreciate it. It was a great debate and I had a lot of fun. So we'll be cool. Everybody have a great rest of your evening and be cool. And, wear the glasses if you need them and get off my lawn.
I'll give you
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm not fucking like gonna respond to like. I can't understand like just a whole like wall of like text. You can like say something and respond or not, but I'm like you're like obviously I'm not gonna engage with your argument like that. Like what? Like that's so lame.